But where were my colleagues every single time a doctor or a patient or a nurse, a security officer was threatened, assaulted, or murdered just for providing, accessing, and safeguarding reproductive health care? Congresswoman DeGette, Congresswoman Presley, and I have drafted a resolution which condemns all attacks on healthcare facilities, healthcare personnel, and patients. Every act of hate-fueled violence is worthy of condemnation, including those against Planned Parenthood clinics, abortion providers, and patients and other care providers. We stand with survivors of those attacks. We condemn all of them, and our GOP colleagues should do so as well. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.Con. Res. 3, which condemns the epidemic of attacks on pro-life and faith-based organizations. Unfortunately, Michigan's 5th District has not escaped these attacks. Last June, Jane's Revenge vandals graffitied and smashed the windows of Jackson, Michigan's Right to Life and my own office. It was a despicable act, and the Jane's Revenge perpetrator, who has yet to be caught, even accidentally graffitied a neighbor's house as well. Yet this darkness presented an opportunity to show the best of our community. Volunteers from the community came out to clean up the broken glass and help board up the windows. In contrast to this positivity displayed by everyday Americans, and despite congressional efforts we have spearheaded, President Biden's Justice Department has stayed silent on these acts of domestic terrorism. Today, congressional Democrats have an opportunity to right the wrongs of this administration and to join us in condemning these acts of violence as we condemn all acts of violence as well. Volunteers at pregnancy centers who remain committed to their convictions and efforts understand they have a target on their backs. These volunteers are individuals spending their time and their money to clothe, feed, provide shelter, and minister to women in crisis. Is this the progressive America my colleagues talk about? I think not. Does their idea of progress consist of political violence, targeting those who provide services to women and families? Are intimidation and violence acceptable to the Biden administration and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle? I hope not. And so I strongly urge support on this resolution for the benefit of lives, security, and decency in our country, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's time for our Republican colleagues to stop playing politics with women's bodies. With the fall of Roe, the criminalization of abortion access nationwide with no exceptions is well underway. Just last year in my home state of Florida, Governor DeSantis signed a 15-week abortion ban into law that offers no exceptions for rape, incest, or human trafficking, and more restrictive policies are coming. Other states are even more restrictive, and the bill and resolution before us will further erode women's reproductive rights. These measures incentivize violence by failing to condemn a history of violence against abortion providers and patients. And while millions of Americans will lose under these measures, its harshest impacts land on single, working, and women of color. A lack of access to safe abortions not only deprives women of the basic right to control her own body, it also stifles her future economic, education, and family planning opportunities. It basically hands her body and life and future over to the state. These horrific anti-abortion measures are a revolting assault on women's rights, and I urge my colleagues to vote no on both measures. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Chair, we reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Florida, for whom I think this is his first speech on the floor, Representative Frost.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've heard the word shameful a lot during this debate. But what's really shameful is the fact that my Democratic colleagues and I are willing to both say we condemn all violence and also put it on paper. But with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, all we hear is talk. They're not willing to condemn all violence in this resolution. It's a one-sided resolution meant to fan the flames of anti-abortion and anti-freedom sentiment in this country. See, my district in Central Florida sees these sentiments in action as our governor has passed an abortion ban and looks to go even further, and as someone whose birth mother made the brave and difficult decision to put me up for adoption, I recognize that that decision was deeply personal and can often mark one of the most vulnerable points in a person's life. No one should take advantage of that, and the federal government should actually protect it. I will continue to fight for civil rights, personal freedom, and bodily autonomy of women and childbearing adults in this country, and I hope the rest of this chamber will join me in voting no. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserved. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Colorado, Ms. DeGette.
The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. If my Republican colleagues want to condemn the growing level of political violence in this country, let's do it together. But that's not what this resolution does. What it does, it goes to great lengths to condemn attacks against anti-choice groups, and it says nothing about the growing threat of violence targeting women's health clinics across the United States. It doesn't condemn the numerous bullets that have been fired at healthcare clinics throughout the country. It doesn't condemn the bricks that have crashed through windows at providers' offices, or the assaults, kidnappings, and even the murders of doctors and healthcare personnel. It doesn't condemn the arsons, bombings, death threats, or any one of the more than 7,000 acts of violence that have been reported against these facilities. By ignoring these acts of violence, Republicans are sending a very dangerous message that will only embolden the extremists behind them. And that's why I ask unanimous consent, Madam Speaker, to enter into the record a resolution that Congresswoman Lee, Presley, and I have introduced to condemn all acts of political violence, regardless of their target or intent, and I would urge my colleague to support it instead.
The gentlewoman yields back.
No, I take that back. I ask for unanimous consent.
Sorry. Okay. Without objection.
I thank the gentlelady. The resolution of this, the resolved part of our resolution says this, and I think all of my colleagues should be able to join this. Resolved, that the U.S. House of Representatives condemns all act of political violence. 2, condemns attacks on healthcare facilities, healthcare personnel, and patients. And 3, affirms that all people have the access to access reproductive health care services and medical advice without fear of violence, intimidation, or harassment. Isn't that what this is all about in this country? Fear from violence. Fear, no violence. Everybody gets the health care services they want, that they deserve, without fear of being killed. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Buck.
The gentleman from Colorado has yielded 1.5 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding time, and I agree with my friend from Colorado that we should condemn all violence. We should condemn violence to unborn children also. That doesn't seem to be something that's shared on the other side of the aisle. One of the pregnancy centers that was targeted last year was Life Choices Pregnancy Medical Center located in my home state, and at the time in my district in Colorado. On June 25th at 3:17 a.m., first responders responded to a fire at the pregnancy center. The fire was the result of an angry protest acting out of the Supreme Court's Dobbs decision. Not much was salvageable from the fire, but what remained were hateful and extreme messages graffitied on the exterior of the building. Kathy Roberts, the executive director of Life Choices, is here today to commemorate passage of this resolution. I'm honored to have Kathy here and to introduce her to this brave and dedicated, introduce you to this brave and dedicated woman. Thank you, Kathy, for being here. Sadly, our nation has become all too familiar with the violent attacks on pro-life centers. In 2022, over 100 pro-life centers were violently attacked, and there has been minimal accountability. Instead of Democrats accepting the Supreme Court Dobbs decision and condemning this violence, they have egged it on, including some who told pro-abortion protesters to rise up and commend their violence by stating it was a way for individuals to channel their righteous anger into meaningful action. Our nation is a nation of law and order, and violence is never the path we should pursue to create effective change. And I yield back.
The gentleman from Colorado yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is
Madam Speaker, I now
recognized.
yield 1 minute. What? I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley.
The gentlewoman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Nadler. As chair of the Abortion Rights and Access Task Force, I rise to make plain exactly what is going on here. This is not a debate about political violence. Political violence and the violent rhetoric that drives it is a persistent threat. My staff, my family, and I know that intimately. Everyone should condemn it. Our colleagues across the aisle continue to say the quiet part out loud in their selective contempt for political violence. This resolution seeks to deny necessary medical care from those who seek it. Abortion is health care and a fundamental human right. Across the nation, those seeking care are met with intimidation, violence, and even loss of life. Imagine walking through a screaming crowd to get to a medical appointment. Imagine being a doctor or a nurse dedicating your life to helping others, and day after day your workplace receives violent threats and you fear for your life. But that is not what the other side of the aisle is concerned about. No, today, they are seeking to mislead the American people. They are trying to conjure up hateful rhetoric, spreading misinformation about crisis pregnancy centers. Let me make it plain. Crisis pregnancy centers are no place to go to for reproductive health care. They are sham clinics that coerce folks seeking to terminate a pregnancy or to access the full range of reproductive health services.
Another minute.
To those pressing these divisive anti-choice resolutions, we see right through you. Abortion is health care and a fundamental human right. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You have 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Missouri, Ms. Wagner.
The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend and colleague, the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, for his strong defense of life, for the precious unborn, and for promoting a culture of life at all times. I stand, Madam Speaker, in support of H-Con Res 3, expressing the sense of Congress condemning the recent attacks on pro-life facilities, groups, and churches. There have been now nearly 100 recorded acts of violence and intimidation against pro-life individuals and organizations by radical pro-abortion activists since the initial leak of the draft Supreme Court Dobbs opinion. Following the leak and issuance of the Supreme Court's decision in Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, anti-life fanatics have targeted, destroyed, or vandalized, as I said, over 100 pro-life facilities, groups, and churches to further their radical cause. Pro-life pregnancy centers nationwide play a critical and important role in supporting and assisting pregnant women and their children and their families. Because the Biden Justice Department refuses to protect these vital resource centers, Congress must be clear in condemning the violence against pro-life facilities. And I urge all of my colleagues to stand against violence and to support H-Con Res 3. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
We're prepared to close.
The gentleman Is the gentleman from Ohio prepared to close? Okay. Then the gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, if House Republicans were serious about condemning violence surrounding the debate on abortion, the resolution would be clear in condemning all acts of violence, lest we give tacit acquiescence to extremist anti-abortion violence against abortion providers. This resolution does not do that at all. Undoubtedly, my Republican colleagues will attempt to portray any opposition to this partisan resolution as proof of Democrats' so-called extreme position on abortion. But the American public is not so easily fooled. They will recognize this resolution for what it is, a transparent political exercise intended to lay the groundwork for MAGA Republicans' plans for a total nationwide ban on abortion. I urge all members to vote no, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to read what the resolution says. That Congress condemns recent attacks, over 100 of them in the last 7 months on pro-life pregnancy centers and churches. Condemns recent attacks of vandalism, violence, and destruction against pro-life facilities, groups, and churches. Second, recognizes the sanctity of life, the important role pro-life facilities, groups, and churches play in supporting pregnant women, infants, and families. And 3, calls upon the Biden administration to use all appropriate law enforcement authorities to uphold public safety and protect the rights of pro-life facilities, groups, and churches. That's all it says. This is as apple pie as it gets. The hundreds of churches and crisis pregnancy centers that have been attacked in the last 7 months, this resolution says, Biden administration, use the FACE Act, which you've said applies not just to pro-abortion clinics, but also to pro-life crisis pregnancy centers. Use that to make sure we can stop this stuff from happening in the future. We condemn all violence every time it happens. Here's what's interesting. The violence against the abortion, that's been cited by the other side, against abortion clinics and people associated with them, guess what? Those individuals were prosecuted, and we support that. What we want to know is why. Why 100, with 100 attacks, over 100 attacks, why hasn't the Justice Department, to my knowledge, used the FACE Act to prosecute anybody? Why? Oh no, they say there's no political nature at the Justice Department now, there's no weaponization. Really? Because it sure looks like there's a conflict here. Sure looks like there's a double standard here. This resolution is as basic as it gets. I urge support. Hope this thing passes unanimously. And with that, we yield back the balance of our time.
The gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 5, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the concurrent resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The concurrent resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York?
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 5, I call up the bill H.R. 26, the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 26, a bill to amend Title 18 United States Code to prohibit a healthcare practitioner from failing to exercise the proper degree of care in the case of a child who survives an abortion or attempted abortion.
Pursuant to House Resolution 5, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the majority leader and minority leader or their respective designees. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members
from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 26.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 26, the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act. In simple terms, life is precious, life is sacred. all life, and we think including unborn children. But that's not what this legislation is about. This legislation is about those kids who were born alive, making sure they get protected. For over 40 years, the decision in Roe v. Wade, as Justice Alito has stated, inflamed debate and deepened division over the issue of abortion in this country. We've seen that play out over the last year. But what should be undisputed is the care of a child who is born alive after an attempted abortion. Unfortunately, as evidenced by comments from prominent Democrats, not everyone believes that a child born alive should be protected. We all know in 2019, then Governor Northam of the state of Virginia stated this: the infant would be delivered, the infant would be kept comfortable, the infant would be resuscitated if that's what the mother and the family desired, and then a discussion would ensure between the physicians and the mother. I mean, think about that. It's not just anybody saying that, it's the governor of one of our largest states. The cavalier attitude he displayed towards human life is just wrong. H.R. 26 would require healthcare practitioners to give the same level of care to a child born alive after an abortion or an attempted abortion as a child at that same gestational age. Work to save the kid's life, work to help that newborn. It would also require the immediate transfer of the surviving infant to a hospital. This legislation requires healthcare practitioners or other employees to report any violations of this provision to state or federal law enforcement for criminal prosecution. In addition, H.R. 26 provides the mother of an abortion survivor with a civil right of action against a healthcare practitioner who fails to provide the required level of care. It is simple. Infants born alive following an abortion are kids. They're children. All newborns deserve the same level of care. In the Declaration of Independence, our founding fathers declared that it was life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are the unalienable rights bestowed on us by our Creator. Congress has a duty to protect these fundamental rights. This should be an easy vote, I think, for all members. And I want to thank my colleagues, Representative Ann Wagner and Kat Kamik, for their diligent work on this legislation, and I urge all members to support it. And with that, we reserve our time.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 26, the so-called Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act. Despite what its supporters would have us believe, this legislation would do nothing to enhance protections or the quality of health care if an infant is born after an attempted abortion. What it would do, however, is directly interfere with a doctor's medical judgment and dictate a medical standard of care that may not be appropriate in all circumstances, which could in fact put infants' lives at greater risk. Finally, by beginning this new Congress with a bill to restrict women's health care nationwide, House Republicans have made clear that they will not stop until they reach their ultimate goal, a nationwide ban on abortion. It has always been the law that health care providers cannot deliberately harm newborn infants, and that they must exercise reasonable care in their treatment of such infants. The bill's implication that providers who perform abortions routinely act in a callous or criminal manner that would result in an infant's death, or that a provider who performs an abortion somehow cannot be trusted to take adequate measures to save a living baby's life, is insulting and untrue. In opposing this bill, I do not oppose in any way proper medical treatment for newborn infants, whatever the circumstances of their birth. But determining the proper treatment is for medical professionals to decide, not politicians in Congress. When I supported the Born Alive Infant Protection Act in 2002, my reasoning and the reasoning of my pro-choice colleagues was simple. Killing an infant who was born alive, either by an act of omission or commission, is infanticide. It was, is, and always should be against the law, and we saw no harm in reaffirming that fact. That law passed Congress with bipartisan support precisely because it was harmless, even if it was also useless, since it did not change the pre-existing law in any way, because after all, murder is murder in every state. The bill specifically just reiterated existing law in florid language and did nothing to interfere with doctors' medical judgment or to cause needless harm. Unfortunately, the bill before us today puts children's lives and health at risk. It requires doctors to immediately ensure transportation and admission of the infant to a hospital in all cases, with no regard as to whether doing so is actually in the best interest of the child's health and well-being. This mandate effectively overrides the careful case-by-case exercise of professional medical judgment by healthcare providers and replaces it with a blanket rule enforceable with criminal penalties. It may be, after all, in a given case, that it is more beneficial to the infant's health to be treated on the spot and not rushed to a hospital immediately. Such a ham-fisted approach fails to consider the fact that in many cases it may be safer and more conducive to the infant's health to care for the infant where it was born, rather than transporting it many miles away to a hospital. But this bill assumes that Congress knows better, and it imposes a new obligation on providers that, rather than saving lives, puts infants at risk. Perhaps if this bill had gone through regular order, we could have avoided this unfortunate situation. But there has never been a committee markup or a hearing on this bill, not in this Congress, nor in any previous Congress. I would have welcomed the opportunity to hear from expert witnesses on best practices and standards of care for infants. Members could have offered amendments and perfected the bill to ensure that it achieves our common goal of providing the best, most medically appropriate care to infants and their mothers. I am disappointed, but not surprised, that my colleagues rushed this bill to the floor when there is no evidence at all that doctors currently are failing to provide an appropriate level of care, and when a chorus of provider groups oppose this bill. Sadly, rather than protecting infants, my Republican colleagues are putting them at greater risk in the service of politics. Indeed, by bringing this bill straight to the floor as one of the first measures to be considered by the 118th Congress, excuse me, Republicans and the most extreme elements of the anti-abortion movement have signaled their determination to enact a nationwide ban on abortion. I cannot support H.R. 26 because it mandates a particular course of treatment, immediate transport to a hospital, which may not be appropriate and may be medically dangerous in certain cases. In doing so, it abandons the practice of considering the best medical interests of infants and their mothers. Republicans have made clear where they stand about a woman's right to control her body. Make no mistake, this bill is another step in their plan to criminalize abortion nationwide. I urge my colleagues to reject this ill-conceived legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserved. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just point out this bill has passed multiple times in previous Congresses, the exact same language, and it is passed with bipartisan support. I now want to yield 5 minutes to the sponsor of the legislation, who has worked tirelessly on this good piece of legislation, the gentlelady from the state of Missouri.
The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I thank my good friend and colleague, a champion for life, our chair of the Judiciary Committee, Jim Jordan. I rise today, Madam Speaker, in support of H.R. 26, the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act. I have championed this issue for decades, and I have been blessed and honored to lead this legislation since 2019. I am so grateful to the co-leads of this bill, Representatives Kat Cammack and our majority leader, Steve Scalise. Also to the leadership of this Congress, and especially to the thousands of champions of life across the country for their tireless work and support of the most vulnerable Americans, unborn and newborn infants. Thanks to these efforts, after dozens of unanimous consent requests, 2 discharge petitions, and countless hours of advocacy work, the House will at last take action to ensure that every single baby born in the United States receives life-saving medical care at their most vulnerable moment. All children should be welcomed with joy and wonder, no matter the circumstances of their birth. And yet too many of these sweet little ones are denied the medical care they need to survive and thrive simply because they were unwanted. This common sense legislation will require healthcare providers to administer the same level of care to the babies who survive abortions that they would to any other child born at the same gestational age. I hope that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will again join me in supporting the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act, as some did, as our chairman mentioned, when it passed the House in both 2015 and 2018 with bipartisan support. To that point, I want to be absolutely clear that this bill has nothing to do with the Supreme Court's decision in Dobbs to return abortion to the states. And not a word of the Born Alive Act obstructs states' abilities to implement Dobbs as they see fit. I strongly believe that states should control pro-life policymaking, just as I support exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. But today, we are considering an entirely separate issue. We're considering the protection of infants that have been delivered alive after an attempted abortion. That's it, plain and simple. I implore my Democratic colleagues to put aside politics and stand in support of life-saving care for these innocent newborns. We must remember today that children are not the only victims of born-alive abortions. Women, fathers, and whole families all suffer deeply from the loss of their child. Our communities are weaker because these bright young ones did not grow up to share their wisdom, their laughter, and ingenuity with all of us. Just down the hall, a little bit later this afternoon, we will meet with extraordinary women who survived abortions. When they entered the world, they were not greeted with the profound love and awe that I felt when I held my children and grandchildren for the first time. Instead, they were left to die. They are alive today because of the courage and the grace, mostly of nurses who chose to act as they struggled for breath. Each of these women has built a happy, healthy life, bringing light and joy to their friends and families and enriching their communities. They inspire us all. As a mother and grandmother, they affirm my belief in a culture of life for children, born and unborn, and their mothers and families. Every single newborn, regardless of the circumstances of their birth, deserves to share the miracle of life and have life-saving medical care. We must act with compassion to protect these little ones and give women a strong support system as they navigate the miracles and challenges of motherhood. This bill will save real lives, and it will give survivors a precious chance to build a future. I urge every member of the House to vote yes on H.R. 26, the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
Thank you.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished Minority Leader of the House, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries.
The Minority Leader is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the distinguished gentleman from New York for yielding, all of my colleagues for their continued leadership on this incredibly important issue. The 118th Congress has begun, and the differences between our side of the aisle and the other side of the aisle couldn't be any clearer. Now, let me, of course, reiterate that as Democrats, we look forward to trying to find common ground whenever and wherever possible to solve issues of consequence on behalf of the American people, but we will oppose extremism whenever it rears its ugly head. Democrats have made clear we are going to continue to work on issues like lower costs, better paying jobs, safer communities, defend democracy, protect the public interest, ensure economic opportunity in every single zip code, and yes, fight for reproductive freedom. My Republican colleagues, you promised to come to Washington to fight for the American people, but have spent a lot of time fighting each other on politics, power, and personality, not working on issues related to the public interest. That's what the last few days have indicated, an extreme MAGA Republican agenda. Now that you are getting into substance, on Monday, you pass a bill designed to allow the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected to cheat on their taxes, subsidize the lifestyles of the rich and shameless, benefit millionaires and billionaires, not working-class families, not middle-class families, not low-income families, not veterans, not everyday Americans, the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. That was on Monday. Then on Tuesday, you come to the floor and you pass a select committee on insurrection protection, a committee that is clearly designed, in the words of some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, to obstruct justice as part of your evident desire, as many of you have said, to eventually defund the FBI. That was Tuesday. And now on Wednesday, you come to the floor. Nothing on inflation, nothing on quality of life issues for the American people, nothing even on public safety. But you come to the floor as part of your march to criminalize abortion care, to impose a nationwide ban, to set into motion government-mandated pregnancies. So that's the distinction for today. As Democrats, we believe in a woman's freedom to make her own reproductive health care decisions. Period, full stop. A decision that should be between a woman, her family, and her doctors. Period, full stop. We believe in Roe v. Wade. You wonder about our position? That's it. The Women's Health Protection Act. That's it. Freedom to make your own reproductive health care decisions. That's it. As compared to a clear effort, that's what this bill is about today, a march toward criminalizing abortion care. A nationwide ban, government-mandated pregnancies, part of an extreme MAGA Republican agenda. And so, yes, we continue to extend our hand of partnership if you truly want to work on quality of life issues. But we haven't seen it. We haven't seen it on Monday, we haven't seen it on Tuesday, and we're not seeing it today. So we oppose this bill, we oppose an extreme MAGA Republican agenda, and let's get back to the business of the American people. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves, the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just point out the minority leader said their position is Roe v. Wade. Their position is real simple, and it's real radical. Their position is you should be able to take the life of an unborn child right up until their birthday, and then, as Governor Northam has said, even after their birthday, and that's what this bill seeks to stop and make sure doesn't happen. So that's as radical as you can get, taking the life of unborn children right up to their birthday. And then, as Governor Northam has pointed out, even after that, we want to make sure that even after that part never happens, because we believe life is precious and life is sacred. And I would yield now to one of the authors of this, co-sponsor of this legislation, the gentle lady from the state of Florida, Ms. Kamick. 3 minutes.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 26, the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act. And this bill does exactly what the title says, which in this town is a novel concept. I'd like to thank my colleague, Ann Wagner, for her tireless efforts. I'd like to thank our Majority Leader, Steve Scalise, for his efforts on this issue, and of course, Chairman Jim Jordan of the Judiciary Committee for being such an advocate for the pro-life community. Today, we are not talking about abortion. We are talking about children. We are talking about children who have been born and are fighting to survive despite an abortion attempt. In some cases, when a woman receives a late-term abortion, the baby can be born alive following the procedure. Federal law currently recognizes these babies as persons, but fails to outline any requirements of care after the infant is born alive. H.R. 26 would rectify this by requiring healthcare practitioners to treat any child born alive after an abortion as they would any infant, and requires that the infant be immediately treated with life-saving care and transported to a hospital. I honestly do not understand what is so controversial about that. This bill establishes criminal penalties for any healthcare practitioner or abortion clinic employee who fails to comply with the requirements established by this bill, because let's face it, no one can deny that a child who survives an abortion attempt, who is outside the womb, breathing and struggling for life despite all attempts to end it, doesn't deserve equal protection under the law. And under our law, murder is illegal. That shouldn't be a controversial position. 8 babies in Florida alone, just last year, 8 babies were reported to have been born alive during an abortion attempt. The stories are horrific. One that sticks out in particular, an NBC report in 2006. They told the story of a 23-week-old baby boy that was born alive at an abortion clinic in Hialeah, Florida. When he began breathing and moving, the abortion clinic owner, Belkis Gonzalez, reportedly cut the umbilical cord and zipped him into a biohazard bag, where he then died. It's hard to read those words, but as has been stated here, on this floor, in this chamber, this isn't about pro-life versus pro-choice. This is about protecting those most vulnerable. It's about who we are as a society, who we are as a people, and who we are as Americans. I hope that both sides of this chamber can agree that accountability is a good thing. Protecting these children is a good thing. It is time to put the party politics aside and the talking points aside and give these children, wanted or unwanted, a fighting chance, a chance that they all deserve. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized. And the chair wants to remind our members to direct all their remarks to the chair. You're recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Pennsylvania, member of the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Dean.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a crime now to kill a child born alive. In fact, in May of 2013, a Philadelphia man was convicted of first-degree murder in the killing of 3 infants. He's now serving life without parole. Either my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are unaware of this already existing crime with a penalty of life without parole, or this is another extreme political stunt. Let me be clear. Abortion care is health care, and that has been true for a very long time. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle are not interested in medical truths. No, instead they are interested in scaring people, outlawing all abortions, and criminalizing anyone they can. Politicians have no business making unsound medical decisions. We are legislators, not doctors. And in the unfortunate case when a child is born with fatal disabilities, this legislation will deny parents a say in how their child spends the final minutes, hours, or days of his or her life, whether hooked up to a medical device or in the arms of his parents. Expecting parents have enough worries. They should not have to worry about extreme politicians in their doctor's office or hospital, thinking they somehow know better. I urge my colleagues to vote no on H.R. 26.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was a corpsman, that is a combat medic, in the Navy SEAL teams for over 20 years, and I'd like to give you a different perspective. If I were to encounter an enemy combatant on the battlefield who was wounded, which I have, I was obligated by international law to render medical care to that enemy combatant to the best of my ability, up to and including to the detriment of my own troops, or I would be subject to prosecution. I find it absurd. I find it unconscionable that this would be a matter of discussion on this body, that we would not render medical aid to the most innocent amongst us, an unborn child that is born alive after the most traumatic circumstances possible. So I would implore my Democratic colleagues to remember that this is not about a woman's access to abortion. This is about the sanctity of life and the basic dignity of a human child. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Pennsylvania, member of the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Scanlon.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to oppose this grotesque attempt to politicize abortion care and criminalize doctors. Politicians should not be in the business of mandating that women carry dangerous or unwanted pregnancies to term. And they should stay out of the doctor's office when Americans are exercising their fundamental right to decide when or if to have children. But right-wing extremists have made it their first order of business in this new Congress to attack abortion rights and spread disinformation. This bill is deliberately misleading. It's harmful to both people facing pregnancy complications and to the doctors who provide their care. If passed, it would cause more maternal deaths in this country, which are already a national shame. Congress has a responsibility to legislate honestly, and this bill is not honest. The American people deserve better than having Congress waste time on political stunts, pretending to fix problems that do not exist. Americans don't want MAGA extremists to criminalize women's health care, and they don't want politicians in their doctors' offices. With that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Tennessee, my friend, Mr.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Appreciate my friend Chairman Jordan yielding to me, and I want to thank my friend Representative Ann Wagner for introducing this important bill again. I think no better person than a mama and a grandmama, so she does a good job at both of those. Madam Speaker, babies deserve a chance to live. They deserve a chance at life, no matter their age or their circumstances. The Constitution says that people have a right to life. The science says babies are people. But the Democrats have been pushing trust the science, follow the science, trust the science, follow the science for the last 2 years, yet we are denying the science, Madam Speaker. When I was a little boy, I was asking my mama, we were talking about abortion, and we were talking about babies being born, maybe that were disabled or had some other anomaly. And she said to me, I said, Mama, what would we do if one of those babies was born, if I was the father of one of those little babies? And she said, honey, we just love that baby just a little more. Madam Speaker, we need to love those babies a little more and not murder them. Thank you.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Connecticut, the ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. DeLauro.
The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise in strong opposition to the latest attempt by House Republicans to control women's reproductive freedom, a ruse to ban safe and legal abortions in this country. This legislation purposes to address nothing, something that does not happen. The hypotheticals some of my colleagues described are not based in fact. Their arguments are untrue. They do not represent how medicine actually works. Their suggestions are not only false, but they're callous. The truth is, abortions that occur after 3 months of pregnancy account for only 1% of all abortions. They occur almost exclusively because a woman's life is at risk. Her pregnancy is not viable. We should not be in the business of enacting laws that make these difficult and painful situations worse. What is not hypothetical is the real pain and suffering that politicians across this country are imposing as they continue to chip away at what should be an essential right. A woman must have the right to make health decisions that are in the best interest of themselves, their family, and their circumstances. And I urge my colleagues to oppose this sham piece of legislation and yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It sounds really good to call you Mr. Chairman. You're going to do a great job for us, for the American people, more importantly. I rise today in support of H.R. 26, the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act. Since my first year in office, I've shown a strong commitment to promoting a culture of life. The bill before us requires practitioners who are present for an attempted abortion resulting in a live birth to exercise the same degree of care that would be offered to any other child born of that gestational age. After those efforts, the healthcare workers must admit the child to a hospital. This bill also gives mothers a civil action, cause of action, and protection from any prosecution, recognizing that women are the second victims of abortion and attempted abortions. I urge all my colleagues to support this important piece of legislation because surely we can all agree that a child born alive has a right to live. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, a member of the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
I would say, here we go again. For those of us who've served in the United States Congress, this is here we go again. This is legislation that is attempting to be wrapped in mercy, that is without mercy. First of all, it is without fact. It is extremely important to know that if you are here in the United States Congress, you know the history, because we've already passed the bipartisan Born Alive Infant Protection Act, which reiterates the fact that it is illegal to interfere with a newborn. They are protected from both intentional harm by healthcare performers and harm from medical negligence. Plain and simple, period at the end of the sentence. So why are we here today? We're here today for news clips. We're here today for quotes and condemnation of that other side of the aisle that wants to be reckless with the life of a child. I can assure you that those of us who have given birth, those of us who have lost in the birth process, are extreme lovers of those wonderful opportunities of life. I refuse and reject a condemnation of my personal self because I believe these decisions are with a God, the woman's God, the family's God, her faith, doctors, and of course, the persons who are part of the medical profession. I have article after article that talks about the tragedy of partial birth abortion, the name used more than a decade ago. You see, they always find creative names to be able to be criminalized. We heard from a member from a rural community that said, how dare you grab up the child, put them in an ambulance to take them hundreds of miles away from that family. Or maybe the family who found out that the multiple abnormalities of their child would not allow them to live. And they had waited 8 years for this wonderful baby. The decisions, unfortunately, neither life nor death come easily for these children. There's a painful existence marked by periods of breathing cessation and seizures when they are born. Because of my OB was unable to get a good image of the brain until the 13th week, we understand that these are personal decisions. We understand that these are painful decisions. So I stand with those families. I refuse to condemn those families, and I refuse to be merciless. I'm giving mercy and voting against this legislation, voting against it now.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlelady from Iowa, Ms. Miller-Meeks.
The gentlewoman from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 26, and I want to thank my colleague, the Chair of Judiciary from Ohio, for yielding me time. As a mother, a doctor, a former nurse, and the former director of Iowa's Department of Public Health, I know firsthand the preciousness of life and the importance of neonatal care and the tragedies that ensue when proper care isn't provided. In fact, the first healthy baby I delivered as a doctor was to a young teenager who put the baby up for adoption. Our nation promises 3 things: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. There is no clause in the Constitution to exempt newborns who survive an abortion procedure from these rights. It is not only reasonable and unreasonable, but inhumane to deny care to babies who were born alive. Regardless of the maternal intent, what could be more extreme than denying care to an infant born alive? My colleague on the other side of the aisle from New York is correct. It is infanticide. H.R. 26 is legislation that would receive wide support from both sides of the aisle. It is unconscionable to think that some members will choose to vote against this bill, which will ensure infants receive life-saving care simply because of partisan politics. This legislation isn't about banning abortions, but saving the lives of living, breathing, innocent newborns. Many states, including Iowa, have put safe haven laws in place to allow parents to leave their infants at hospitals or care facilities without fear of being prosecuted. We already have laws in place to protect these infants. Why should infants who survive an abortion be treated any differently? Like all other medical professionals, I took the Hippocratic Oath, which promises that I will do no harm. This legislation reaffirms the Hippocratic Oath and ensures that doctors across the United States are providing the same standard of medical care to all infants, regardless of the circumstance of their birth. I urge all of my colleagues to stand and support life by voting for H.R. 26. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, colleague. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel.
Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
My. Here we go again. Republicans are racing full steam to criminalize abortion nationwide. Madam Speaker, the American people want women, not politicians, to make their own health care decisions, including those about abortion. So as to this misleading, offensively named bill, let's vote it down and let's say no to putting women's lives in danger, no to denying patients needed life-saving care, and no to putting health care providers in prison for doing their job. Madam Speaker, because I love my grandchildren, I reject the extreme Republican agenda, and I'm standing here today with the Democrats for people to have the freedom to make their own personal decisions about their health, their life, and their future. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the Majority Leader of the House, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise.
The Majority Leader is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank the gentleman from Ohio for yielding. I want to especially thank gentlelady from Missouri, Ann Wagner, for leading this effort for so many years. I am so proud to rise in support of this bill that is about human dignity, and frankly, it's about common sense. The idea, Madam Speaker, that if a baby is born alive outside the womb, that baby in America could be killed and called abortion, not murder, defies logic. It defies humanity. In fact, when I've talked about this bill to other people over the years that Kat Kamek has had a discharge petition to bring to the floor, and so many others all across the country have asked Congress to address, the first thing that people express is shock. They say, wait a minute, if the baby's born alive outside the womb, alive, how could you kill that baby and that be legal? How is that not already murder? I questioned how it wasn't myself, and yet in a number of states, it is legal and happening today. This is America. You see countries like China and North Korea. There aren't many countries in the world that allow this practice. The United States should not be one of those countries. This is inhumane. This transcends the abortion debate. Before the Dobbs decision, this bill still would have been constitutional to pass, because we're not talking about 20 weeks. We're talking about the baby born alive outside the womb. And yet, in America, there are some states that allow that baby to be killed and called abortion. You can call it whatever you want. It should be murder. It shouldn't be allowed. And this bill takes care of that. Everybody should vote for this bill. When you talk to people that identify as pro-choice, they're shocked that this is a legal process, so many of them. Some obviously still want it to continue, but we shouldn't. We should be better than that as a country. There's an amazing group called the Abortion Survivors Network. I've met so many of us, Ann Wagner surely met with some of these incredible people. You want to talk about a walking miracle. These are people alive today in their 20s, 30s, 40s, living incredible lives who were the result of an abortion that wasn't successful. They lived through it. Think of the special plan God has for them, that they survived an abortion and they're alive today. And they're incredible people. Everybody in this country should reach out and go meet them. It's a group, you can look them up. And their stories are incredible. Why should they be denied life? We're a country of laws. We're a country of great rights, our inalienable rights, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The first among those is life. If you're born alive in this country, again, very few countries in the world allow this to happen to someone born alive. So while there's shock when people find out that it's legal, we're the United States Congress. We can actually do something about it. Thank God we have people that are willing to stand up for those babies. Not even talking about inside the womb, outside the womb, born alive. If someone takes their life after they're born alive outside the womb, that should be murder. We should be protecting those young babies. That's what this bill does. It's a bill we should all be proud to support. It's a list that the United States should want to take itself off of. We shouldn't want to be associated with the very few countries who allow this barbaric practice to happen. Let's pass this bill. Let's become an even more perfect union. I yield back the balance of my time.
The majority leader yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Scalise and every other Republican who has spoken on this bill is simply wrong on the facts. It is illegal and always has been illegal in every state and then federal law to kill an infant born alive. It is illegal and always has been illegal not to provide that infant with appropriate medical care. And just to make sure that no one had any doubts of that, we passed the Born Alive Infant Protection Act with bipartisan support in 2002. The problem with this bill is not that it makes anything, that it is not that it provides any new protections for infants. The problem with this bill is that it endangers some infants by stating that that infant must immediately be brought to the hospital, where, depending on the circumstances, that may be the right thing to do for the health and survival of that infant, or it may not. That is the problem with this bill. It directs and mandates a certain medical care which may not be appropriate, which may be endanger the life of an infant in certain circumstances. That's why we oppose this bill, not because we don't think that babies born alive must be saved, but because we do think that babies born alive must be saved. I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
The woman from Oregon is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill is extremist, dangerous, and unnecessary. Extremist because it would criminalize doctors with up to 5 years in prison and put them in fear of providing life-saving medically necessary procedures to those who are pregnant. Dangerous because the bill has no exceptions to protect the health of the patient and no exception for cases where there is a serious fetal anomaly. And unnecessary because, as Mr. Nadler said, it's already a crime to kill a baby born alive. Many of my Republican colleagues talk about keeping big government out of people's lives, but when it comes to one of the hardest, most intimate decisions that should be made between patients and their healthcare providers, these same colleagues think the government knows better. Republicans in Congress and conservative extremists on the Supreme Court are waging a war on reproductive health care, a war on bodily autonomy, and a war on the medical community and the doctor-patient relationship. I will continue to stand up against these assaults on reproductive freedom and against extremist, dangerous, unnecessary, and misguided policies like this bill. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Fletcher.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to H.R. 26 and to its very name, because it is not about what House Republicans claim it's about. Because what they claim it is about isn't a thing. What this bill is about is an assault on the health, rights, equality, and dignity of American women and the people who provide their reproductive health care. It's an assault we've seen in my home state of Texas, where women having miscarriages are being turned away from the hospitals and told to come back when they are closer to dying, where doctors fear and are told that they cannot meet the standard of care for their patients. Providers and patients are afraid of misleading bills like this one, criminalizing health care. But of course, that's the point, isn't it? I stand here today, and I will stand here every day to oppose this bill and others like it, to talk about the real healthcare crisis facing women today, and to urge my colleagues to vote no. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Chu.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
H.R. 26 would rob families of the ability to make difficult, complicated medical decisions in some of the most heartbreaking circumstances imaginable. It is a mean-spirited solution in search of a problem. If the majority is interested in caring for newborns, I invite them to support Democrats' efforts to provide paid family leave to every new parent. Republicans are welcome to join our efforts to expand the child tax credit to families struggling with paying the bills. And we would be thrilled to have bipartisan support in this chamber to make child care affordable everywhere. Alternatively, House Republicans have brought up a bill designed to intimidate doctors and perpetuate disinformation about how abortion care actually works. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill. Instead, vote yes on the motion to recommit, which would bring up my bill, the Women's Health Protection Act, legislation that would create a federal right to abortion care free from medically unnecessary restrictions in all 50 states.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Adderholt.
The gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, my friend and colleague, Chairman of the Judiciary, for yielding this time. As I've said before, we'll continue to say I am pro-life, I'm pro-family, and pro-child, and I'm very proud to see that one of the very first pieces of legislation that comes before this Congress and the new majority is protecting the vulnerable, and that's something I've always stood up for since my first time here in Congress. But it seems like there is some confusion, especially on the other side of the aisle, Madam Speaker, about what this legislation is about. This legislation is very simple. It simply states and ensures that babies who survive an abortion receive the care and protection that they are not discarded because someone else had intended in their lives. It prohibits healthcare practitioners from turning a blind eye to abortion survivors. No matter the intent of what you believe about life, failure to care for an unborn child is infanticide, and the law must be enforced. I would ask my colleagues to remember that the last time we voted on this bill, it was a bipartisan support, and I would ask again for support for this common sense, life-saving legislation.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Born alive has nothing to do with abortion. Providers are already required by law to provide appropriate medical care. Infanticide is murder. And what we heard earlier is just not true. It is a lie that should not be repeated. As our chairman had said, not only is it illegal to not care for a born infant, but the law that you have provided on the Republican side actually can create more harm. It requires immediately taking a struggling baby to a hospital. That hospital could be hours away and could be detrimental to the life of that baby. This is nothing more than the part of the effort to make abortion illegal nationally in this country. I object, and I urge a no vote and yield back.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Indiana for her first speech on the House floor. Ms. Houchin.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Jordan, for yielding your time. I rise today in support of the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act. From New Albany to Salem to Madison, Hoosiers across southern Indiana feel as I do, that every life is precious and all lives deserve the dignity and respect of life-saving care. That's why I'm proud to stand alongside my colleagues in support of this pro-life bill. This legislation would ensure that children who are born alive despite an attempted abortion are given the same medical care and help as any other newborn infant. We know the majority of Americans agree that on this issue, saving the lives of babies who survive a botched abortion is not just humane, it's necessary and foundational to our constitutional right to life. It's why I'm an original co-sponsor on this important bill to support mothers and their children. I stand with Hoosiers on behalf of these vulnerable infants. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, Democrats support the radical position of abortion on demand up until birth, funded by the taxpayers. And they would even deny an innocent child care that miraculously survives a botched abortion. This is a common sense support for life. I urge the rest of my colleagues to stand with us in defending life. On this issue, we should all agree. I yield back my time. Thank you.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman.
The gentleman from New York
Thank
is
you, Mr.
recognized
Chairman.
for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to talk about freedom, a core American value, specifically individual freedom, a value that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have for years co-opted, weaponized, and distorted. I simply do not understand how my Republican colleagues can demand the individual's freedom to spread a deadly disease to other people by not getting vaccinated or wearing masks, yet have the gall to deny the individual freedom to make decisions about one's own body that has no impact on anyone else. How can it be that autonomy to wear a mask or not is of greater importance than the autonomy over whether to have a baby or not? Let me say it plainly. We cannot talk about preserving our individual freedoms while simultaneously ripping away a fundamental freedom for women in this country. Control over one's reproductive health is a human right. We are in the first week of Congress, and what are we focused on? Is it to fight inflation? No. Create jobs for Americans? No. To protect children from gun violence? No. It's to continue the assault
gentleman's time
on our
has
autonomy,
expired.
on women's autonomy. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, a longtime champion for the pro-life cause, Mr. Smith.
I thank my good friend for yielding, and I thank Ann Wagner for
The
offering
gentleman
this
from New Jersey
important
is
law.
recognized for
bill.
2 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, in a Florida abortion clinic, Gloria Williams delivered a live baby girl at 23 weeks. The clinic owner took the baby, who was gasping for air, cut her umbilical cord, threw her into a biohazard bag, and put the bag in the trash. Heartbroken, Ms. Williams later had a funeral for her baby girl, who she named Shanice. CNN has reported since that Ms. Williams suffers PTSD from that ordeal. Madam Speaker, why are these live births from abortion little known? Dr. Willard Cates, former head of the Centers for Disease Control Abortion Surveillance Unit, said several years ago, and I quote him, "Live births are little known because organized medicine, from fear of public clamor and legal action, treats them more as an embarrassment to be hushed up than a problem to be solved. It's like turning yourself into the IRS for an audit," he went on. "What is there to gain? The tendency is not to report because there are only negative incentives." Madam Speaker, Philadelphia abortionist Kermit Gosnell, one of the few who got caught, and it was under a state law, not federal, and many states don't have such laws. He was convicted for murder, for killing children who were born alive after attempted abortions. The grand jury report described it in this way, and I quote, "Gosnell had a simple solution for the unwanted babies he delivered. He killed them. He didn't call it that. He called it ensuring fetal demise. The way he ensured fetal demise was by sticking scissors in the back of the baby's neck and cutting the spinal cord, a practice he called snipping." The Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act seeks to end or at least mitigate this egregious child abuse by requiring that a healthcare provider must exercise the same degree of professional care, diligence to preserve the life of that child as they would a child of similar age. The bill empowers the woman upon whom the abortion is performed to obtain appropriate civil relief. And I'm sure had it been available then, Ms. Williams would have done that as well. This is humane, pro-child, human rights legislation.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to H.R. 26. H.R. 26 is presented within the context of what happened last year when the Supreme Court stripped millions of women in our country their status and free right for equal access to reproductive freedom. As members of Congress, we have a responsibility to correct this wrong and bring back reproductive freedom for women. This bill is not about the safety of children. This is more of the same. This is about policing the bodies of women. A bunch of middle-aged guys in Brooks Brothers suits stand here today and try to tell women what to do with their bodies. That's what this is about. This is not about the safety of children. That's already illegal. So I stand here to oppose H.R. 26. There are 64 million women across America that have a reproductive age. They live here, in many of them, in states that are beating up on their rights to reproductive freedom. I stand here in opposition to H.R. 26 and ask my colleagues also to vote against it.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yield 1 minute to my friend, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good.
Thank you, Chairman.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chairman Jordan. Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, we have to say, how did we get to where we are today? How did we get to where we have to have a debate to defend life that survives the heinous practice of abortion? In the words of the infamous words of the governor of my very state, the Commonwealth of Virginia, just a few years ago, that governor said, if a baby survives an abortion attempt, the mother and the doctor would have a conversation while they kept the baby comfortable to decide what to do with it. He said that on air in a radio broadcast. I realize that the other side may not recognize the science of conception. I realize that the other side may not share what the premium or the value of innocent life in the womb that most Americans have. The party of death that believes in abortion up until the moment of birth at any time for any reason. Today we find ourselves even having to defend and protect life, a baby that survives an abortion attempt. If it were not so, if it were not true, then this bill should pass unanimously. But I fear that will not be the case, for this same party will not even vote today, later today, against and condemn the violence at pregnancy centers across the country.
The gentleman's time
I
has expired.
encourage everyone to support this bill and protect all life.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Kamala Gerdove.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to H.R. 26. We didn't hop in a time machine back to the 1970s. It's 2023, and we all know what this is about. It is not about the protection of newborn children. It's about control. It's about Republicans' continued desire to control women, take away their freedoms, limit their bodily autonomy, plunge poor women deeper into poverty, and further marginalize those already not seen. It's about intimidating, silencing, and criminalizing doctors. It's about the nationwide abortion ban that Republicans have been itching to enact since the overturning of Roe v. Wade. Bans that the American people have said loudly and clearly that they do not want. We cannot continue to let the extreme Republican Party attack and erode the rights of women across this country. We have a responsibility to put an end to politicians inserting themselves into the doctor's offices and uteruses of women across this country. I urge my colleagues to vote against this measure. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Mr. Jordan, I rise in support of the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act. Look, once again, House Republicans are eager to stand for the most vulnerable among us, the unborn. We are the party of life, and we're proud of it. There is no difference between an infant born alive after a failed abortion and an infant born into the arms of loving parents. And those two babies deserve to be treated with the same level of excellent medical care. Yet abortionists have demonstrated a lack of interest in preserving the lives of babies who enter the world alive and supposedly under their care. We know what happens in these clinics. By way of just one quick example, lifenews.com reports that an abortion provider in Minnesota was recently asked by a woman 22 weeks pregnant and considering abortion what that provider would do if her baby were taken out while his heart was still beating. The abortion provider responded, quote, "We don't tell women this, but if we were to proceed with the abortion and the baby was to come out still alive, most likely we would break its neck," unquote. That is chilling. That is barbaric. But our Democratic colleagues will not admit that, and they will not vote against it today. Watch the board. It will be shocking, and it will be true. The Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act would make it a federal crime for abortionists to kill or fail to provide care to babies who survive abortions. I encourage all of our colleagues to support this critical legislation. As it said, it should pass unanimously, but it won't. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Michigan, Representative Skolten.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of parental and maternal rights and in opposition to H.R. 26. I'm the first mother in history to represent West Michigan in Congress. This matter is deeply personal to me. I recently shared publicly about my own experience navigating a complex miscarriage and the loss of my daughter. As a pro-choice Christian who chose life, this issue is so personal to me. My faith informs my actions, but it doesn't dictate the policy of an entire nation. And further, when I read the scripture, I turn to passages and I'm guided by passages like Jeremiah 1 verses 5, which states, "I knew you before I formed you and I placed you in your mother's womb." It doesn't say the government's womb or the speaker's womb. It says the mother's womb. I believe life is precious, but I reject the idea that if I embrace the sanctity of life, I also must be forced to invite the federal government in to regulate it. We must protect families from unnecessary government intrusion into the most sacred and personal decisions of our lives and our children's lives. Thank you.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from West Virginia, Ms. Miller.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act. All life is sacred. Defending innocent lives should not be a policy issue. This legislation protects babies who are not only born, but who are then left without care from an attempted abortion. A baby who survives an abortion should receive the same medical attention that any other premature baby would. These precious souls are given another chance at life. It is unacceptable that there are no criminal charges for those who want to take their life away. The people who allow babies to be killed after birth must be fully prosecuted. Let's be clear. Killing a baby who is born alive, regardless of an attempted abortion, is murder. The previous Democrat-controlled House has refused to vote on this bill. Today, a Republican-led majority keeps our commitment to America by voting on legislation that upholds the sanctity of life. I urge the passage of this bill on the House floor, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Fox.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Ohio for yielding. Just a couple of minutes ago, we heard a speaker on the other side of the aisle criticize Republicans, saying we don't support wearing masks, and wearing masks affect others. However, having an abortion affects only a woman. So what is an abortion? What is an abortion? It's the intentional taking of the life of an unborn child. How in the world can you say that an abortion does not affect anyone except the woman? That's the core of the difference between those of us who support unborn children and born children. Those who support abortions ignore the fact that another life is involved. And that is the core of the issue. There are two lives involved here, the mother and the unborn baby. We must recognize that. I yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have one additional speaker who is momentarily going to be stepping out of the cloakroom and I would yield Mr. Klein from Virginia. Oh, I take that back, Madam Speaker. I think we're ready to close.
The gentleman from Ohio
We have one
reserves.
more speaker, and then we're prepared to close.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Colorado, Ms. DeGette.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 26 and urge my colleagues to instead support my motion to recommit to take up and pass Representative Judy Chu's Women's Health Protection Act that will restore the protections that we had under Roe v. Wade. If there's one thing this last election showed us, it's that the American people believe strongly that every woman in this country should have the ability to make her own health care decisions, including abortion. Sadly, however, if there's one thing this past week showed us, it's that the House Republicans just don't care at all about that. They don't care that 61% of the American people strongly support a woman's access to abortion care. They don't care that just 2 months ago, a record number of Americans showed up at polling locations across the country to overwhelmingly reject the GOP's plan to criminalize abortion care. They don't care that in every state where abortion restrictions were on the ballot, they were rejected overwhelmingly in places like Kansas. They don't care that Americans think that people, not politicians, should be making these decisions. Apparently, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle think they know how abortion decisions should be made, not a woman and her doctor. So instead of taking heed of the will of the American people, my Republican colleagues are intending to do just the opposite. The legislation before us today is part of a concerted effort to fast-track this extreme agenda of anti-choice legislation. It creates new criminal penalties for healthcare providers that fail to provide specific standards of care that the politicians on the other side of the aisle will enact after an attempted abortion. And so it doesn't really protect newborn children in any way. Why? Because if a child is born, it is already illegal to kill it, as it should be. And unlike what the majority leader said, it's already illegal in every single state in this country. It's illegal to kill people in this country. But just in case anybody was confused about this, as Chairman Nadler said, in 2002, Congress passed the Born Alive Act, and all of us, including me, the co-chair of the pro-choice caucus, voted for it because clearly, if the baby's born, we shouldn't kill it, duh. So what does this bill do? What it does, as I said, it creates criminal penalties for healthcare providers that don't do what the Republicans think they should do, and it creates new complicated standards that will make it harder for healthcare professionals to do their jobs. I ask for another minute, Mr. Chair.
I yield the gentlelady another minute.
So what it does is it hopes to deter doctors from providing abortion care in the first place, which is exactly what we saw after the Dobbs decision. This is not what the American people signed up for, folks. I strongly urge my colleagues to reject these extreme measures and instead to support my motion to recommit to take up and pass the Women's Health Protection Act to ensure that everybody in this country, no matter where they live, has the access to the reproductive care they ask. I ask unanimous consent, Madam Speaker, to add the text of my amendment to the record immediately prior to the text of the motion to recommit to the record immediately prior to the vote on the motion to recommit.
Without objection.
Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
James, should we have objected to that? Thank you, Madam Chair. Yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from the great state of Virginia, Mr. Klein.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank the gentlelady for her remarks. I'm a little bit confused, though, because it wasn't before 2002 when our previous governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia, Governor Ralph Northam, said on a radio show that if a baby was born alive, that the baby would be made comfortable, that then a conversation would ensue between the doctor and the mother about whether or not and how to treat that baby. Essentially saying, if you want to go ahead and kill your baby after it's born, go right ahead. That type of attitude persists, continues, and if there are laws that exist to prevent it, the governor was not aware of them, I'm not aware of them, that would apply in that situation. That's why this legislation is so important, because contrary to House Democrats and the Biden administration, the American people overwhelmingly believe that babies who are born alive should be protected, that a baby born alive, even after an attempted abortion, should be afforded the same constitutional protections as every other American. And I'm proud to support the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act, which would require appropriate medical care for children who survive abortion procedures, and it imposes strong criminal penalties for the failure to provide such care. So if a doctor, like our former governor, Dr. Northam, was back then, if he was engaging in the activities that he spoke about on that radio, he would be subject to those same criminal penalties. Protecting living and breathing babies outside the womb should not be a partisan issue. It should be one around which we all should unite. And I urge my colleagues to support this important legislation. I yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized. Is reserves? Okay. The
Madam
gentleman from New
Speaker,
York.
I end this debate by reiterating the point I made at the beginning. This legislation would do nothing to enhance protections or the quality of health care if an infant is born after an attempted abortion. It has always been against the law to intentionally kill or harm a newborn infant, whatever the circumstances of its birth. It has always been against the law not to afford such an infant appropriate medical care. The bill does nothing new to protect infants. The bill, however, is not harmless. Rather, if enacted, it could place the lives and health of newborn infants at risk. The bill directly interferes with a doctor's medical judgment and dictates a medical standard of care, namely immediate transport to a hospital, that may not be appropriate in the particular circumstances. That is why a broad coalition of healthcare provider groups, joined by a wide range of additional health, civil rights, and women's rights groups, strongly opposes this bill. We should listen to these healthcare professionals. We should support keeping babies alive, which is what the Republicans say they want to do, but yet they have this legislation that would endanger babies' lives by dictating a standard of care that may not be appropriate in certain situations. We should listen to these healthcare professionals. This legislation is just another step in Republicans' plan to criminalize abortion nationwide. The House must reject this seriously flawed bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just say that the document that launched this experiment in freedom we call America, the Declaration of Independence, talks about all are created equal, endowed by our Creator with life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I think it's interesting. I think we all probably think it's the order the founders placed the rights they chose to mention. Life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. You can't pursue happiness. You can't chase down your goals and dreams if you first don't have freedom. And you don't have freedom, true liberty, unless government protects your most fundamental right, your right to live, your right to breathe, your right to life. That's what this legislation is about, protecting the most innocent, the most vulnerable's right to life. I urge a yes vote and hope this thing passes unanimously. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 5, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Title 18, United States Code, to prohibit a healthcare practitioner from failing to exercise the proper degree of care in the case of a child who survives an abortion or attempted abortion.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Daggett of Colorado moves to recommit the bill H.R. 26 to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Pursuant to Clause 2B, Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to. Do it. The gentlewoman from Colorado.
Madam Speaker, on that I request to record a vote.
Gentlewoman requests the yeas and nays.
I do.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. To Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair. The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: adoption of the motion to recommit H.R. 26, passage of H.R. 26 if ordered, and agreeing to the H-Con Res 3. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 26 offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. DeGette, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will designate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 26, offered by Ms. DeGette of Colorado.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 212 and the nays are 219. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. What purpose does the gentleman from Ohio rise? Just a minute. Please suspend. The House will be in order. The gentleman from Ohio.
Order! Madam Speaker, ask for the yeas and nays.
The nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, there are 220 yeas and the nays are 210 with 1 present. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on agreeing to H-Con Res 3, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 3. Concurrent resolution expressing the sense of Congress condemning the recent attacks on pro-life facilities, groups, and churches.
The question is on agreeing to the concurrent resolutions. Member will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 222 and the nays are 209. The concurrent resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Purpose does the member from Indiana rise?
Madam Speaker, I hereby remove myself as co-sponsor from H.R. 27.
The House will be in order. I'm sorry, could the member from Indiana repeat?
Okay. Madam Speaker, I hereby remove
Suspend for just a
myself.
moment. It's still okay. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Members, we are having a difficult time hearing.
Madam Speaker, I hereby remove myself as co-sponsor from H.R. 27.
The request is granted.
Be in order. The House will be in order. Members will take their conversations off the floor, please. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute. Mr. Speaker, last night, Florida's 1st Congressional District lost an American hero who endured the tragedy of Pearl Harbor, Chief Warrant Officer Frank Emmond. In 1938, Frank enlisted in the Navy as a French horn player, where he went on to become band director. And on December 7th, 1941, Frank was preparing to play Morning Colors on the USS Pennsylvania when at 7:55 a.m., a line of Japanese planes came from the east with a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor. Frank boldly walked to the conductor's stand, picked up his baton, and proceeded to direct the band in Stars and Stripes. Frank Emmond was a true patriot who deeply impacted the lives that he touched doing what he loved to do, music. Frank led the Pensacola Civic Band, the U.S. Air Force Band's Airman of Note, and currently holds the Guinness World Record as the world's oldest conductor. My greatest condolences to Frank Emmond's family. Thank you, Frank, for being an American hero. Your legacy is woven into the history of this country and this Congress. I yield back. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute. In order.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to condemn the Republican decision to cut the funding for the, wrong one.
The House will be in order, please. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to condemn the attack, condemn the Republican decision to weaken the Office of Congressional Ethics. It is an independent, nonpartisan office that reviews allegations of ethics violations by congressional members. It is a watchdog that makes sure that this chamber operates in the best interests of the American people. But the Republicans voted to take control of it so they can limit investigations of Republican members. Republicans claim to represent Americans, yet the first acts were not to help the working American families. Instead, they weakened the governmental oversight of their actions, all done to make sure that they can abuse their power and push an unpopular agenda on the American people. It is disgraceful action that reveals the anti-American nature of the Republican Party today. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Rick Deasy, the FLETC Associate Director for Training, who plans to retire this coming February. Rick has had a long and impressive career working for the federal government. He served honorably for 22 years in the armed forces with active and reserve special operations forces. Before working at FLETC, Rick served as chief of the U.S. Immigrations and Customs Enforcement and the Homeland Security Investigations Training Academy. During his tenure as the associate director, Rick was charged with developing and executing FLETC's COVID-19 response, which he did impeccably. He also championed the need for a FLETC medical liaison officer to service medical professionals and trainees. While Rick may be retiring, his impact on FLETC, our district, and our nation will be felt for generations to come. Congratulations, Rick, on a wonderful and successful career. We hope you enjoy your retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of the 110th Founders Day of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, founded in 1913 by 22 collegiate women from Howard University who refused to be denied the right to march in the Women's Suffrage March. I am so proud today as we push forward with fortitude to join the 7 female members of Congress standing strong here in the halls of Congress, working together, just as our founders did, to advance the fight for voting rights, for women's reproductive rights, for criminal justice, housing, HBCUs, and education. But most importantly, I'm proud to join my Delta sisters, Congresswoman Clark, McBath, Plaskett, Crockett, Lee, and Fouché. To my sisters in Deltas and all members of Pan-Hellenic, we say thank you for your service, but most importantly, today I say Happy Founders Day. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does this gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On January 2nd, what started out as an exciting game for our beloved Buffalo Bills turned into a tragedy that captured the attention of a nation. It became instantly clear that Damar Hamlin's collapse on the field would be seared into our memories as a moment where you remember exactly where you were and who you were with. But for millions of Americans across every political spectrum, every background, every race and ethnicity, it was a moment of unity that reminded our nation of the power of prayer. It reminded us that our faith matters above all else. In our dire moment of need, our nation turned to God, just as Damar Hamlin would have wanted. He is a man of unwavering faith who has spent his gift of life honoring God and spreading love. I'm happy to report today that Damar Hamlin was released from the hospital. His recovery is a miracle. May Damar's adversity serve as an inspiration to remind us all that despite any differences we may have, we are one nation under God and indivisible. Go Bills.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today as a representative for the Central Coast of California, which has endured some of the worst storms and flooding in recent memory, to say thank you. Thank you to our firefighters, our emergency crews, our search and rescue teams, our law enforcement officers, and all of our first responders and local leaders who have stepped up to save lives and protect property in our communities. I share one story of this effort. On Monday, members of the Lompoc Fire Department reacted quickly to save a couple from rising floodwaters. As they carried out the rescue, they discovered that moments before, the woman had given birth. Thanks to the quick work of the Lompoc Fire Department, all three were rescued and are resting safely. Mr. Speaker, our first responders have stepped up to avert further disaster this week, and I am proud today to take a moment to recognize their service in the permanent record of this body. I yield back.
First, does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
For 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I stand here today to honor the lifetime of achievement of Mr. James Holmes. Following decades of service to the Culpeper community and 35 years of service to the Culpeper County Electoral Board, Mr. Holmes is stepping down as the current chair of the board at the end of this year. Growing up in Culpeper, Mr. Holmes attended George Washington Carver School, and was among the first integrated classes at Culpeper High School. Mr. Holmes' determination to improve our Commonwealth for future generations of Virginians brought him back to Culpeper after he graduated cum laude from Virginia Union University and earned his JD from Howard Law School. A licensed and ordained Baptist minister who has pastored in Culpeper for decades, Mr. Holmes has held many positions with the Wayland Blue Ridge Baptist Association. From his service on the electoral board to casting an electoral vote in 2008 for our first black president, Mr. Holmes has demonstrated a commitment to civic engagement and elevating the voices of Virginians within our communities. Mr. Holmes has touched many lives throughout his career as president of Culpeper Housing and Shelter Services, president of Culpeper County United Way, president of the Culpeper County Equalization Board, and as a caring member of his community. Today I stand on the United States House of Representatives floor to thank James Holmes for his commitment to progress, equality, and community empowerment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from West Virginia seek recognition?
Seek to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to highlight the incredible volunteer work of my constituent, Ed Hannon of Charlestown, West Virginia. Ed began volunteering for Fire and Rescue Services in 1978 at the age of 16. Ed took a job as a paid first responder in Arlington, Virginia in 1983, but continued to give his time volunteering. When he moved to Jefferson County in 1993, he joined the Citizens Fire Company. Jefferson County has no paid fire and EMS personnel, so they rely on dedicated volunteers like Ed to provide these critical services. Ed ran his final calls on December 31st, completing 44 years of dedicated volunteer service. I wish Ed well in retirement and thank him for his service to the citizens of Jefferson County. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, House Republicans sadly displayed their incoherent and chaotic approach toward governing in this country. But when it comes to ripping away the reproductive rights and freedoms of women across the country, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have never been more united. Despite the many immediate challenges facing our country, their priority was to criminalize abortion care and to put the health of women at risk. The party that claims they want government out of our lives could not move more quickly to put the government and politicians in charge of one of the most personal decisions a woman can ever make. Listening to my colleagues pontificate about the sanctity of life while attempting to take away life-saving health care for millions of women is appalling. I'm proud to stand with House Democrats to continue to fight for reproductive freedom and reproductive justice and the right to abortion across the United States. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the changes the House Rules package made to the Office of Congressional Ethics. OCE is a critical, independent ethics watchdog, and it is a poor indication of the GOP's commitment to integrity that House Republicans have gutted OCE as their first act in the majority. The Republican rules package term limits the members of the OCE board, and in doing so removes the 3 Democratic members of the bipartisan board, giving Republicans a majority of seats instead of maintaining an even partisan divide. These rules also require OCE to hire staff within a month, which requires a vote of 4 board members, guaranteeing a partisan lean against most staff. With these rule changes, my Republican colleagues are deviously turning the Office of Congressional Ethics into a zombie, alive in name but unable to execute its vital mission of investigating misconduct and ridding Congress of corruption. After 14 failed speaker votes and the undermining of independent ethics reviews, House Republicans have demonstrated their commitment to dysfunction and poor governance. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the body and revise and confirm my
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the service of Dr. Chris Farnantano. Dr. Farnantano has dedicated his career and his life to improving the lives of others and advancing wellness and compassionate care in the district that I represent in Contra Costa County in the San Francisco Bay Area. Over the course of his 30 years, Chris has served as an important leadership role at the Contra Costa Regional Medical Center and its clinics, and ultimately ended up as the Contra Costa County Health Officer in 2018. Chris's commitment to promoting public health and well-being in our community is apparent in all of the work he has done. In 1997, he assisted in the development in the Pittsburgh, California Health Center's HIV medical clinic, which was the first of its kind in the nation. Chris was also instrumental in minimizing the spread of the coronavirus in our county and in the region. Chris's work has had significant impact on our community, and our county admires his compassion and his dedication and wishes him well in his retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we are now on the eve of the 25th anniversary of the historic Belfast Good Friday Agreement. Historic in large measure because of the American dimension, through negotiated settlement which helped to bring about the end of the longest standing political dispute in the history of the Western world. It was the people of goodwill in both parts of the island that voted in referendum questions to help bring about this remarkable achievement. In this House, the question of Ireland has always been bipartisan, and it has been celebrated by both political parties here with great enthusiasm and so recognized. Mr. Kelly of Pennsylvania and I, as chairpersons of the Friends of Ireland, we will be asking members to sign the proclamation that we are offering through this resolution that will celebrate this historic achievement as we prepare across America and the UK and the Republic of Ireland and the North of Ireland for this celebration. These have been, it will never happen moments that we've all had a chance to participate in, and I hope that members will all sign this historic resolution celebrating and acknowledging this achievement.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the heroism of Paul Bandy, his wife Amy Johns, and Heath Braddock. On a clear summer day last summer, Steve Bremer, a triathlete, was doing his routine swim about 150 yards off the coast of Monterey Bay, in Monterey Bay, when he was attacked by a great white shark. Pulled underwater, bitten across his thigh and abdomen, and bleeding profusely, Steve saw the cold black eye of that predator, fought him off, and yelled for help. Paul, a police officer, Amy, a nurse, heard the cries and paddleboarded to the victim. Heath, who was on shore, grabbed a surfboard and joined in the rescue. Even though there was blood on top of the water and a shark lurked underwater, all three heroes were undeterred, got to Steve, got him out of water, and saved his life. For their actions, the rescuers have been honored by the Red Cross and the Carnegie Commission. Steve, although not yet doing triathlons, is walking and swimming again. Today, Mr. Speaker, I honor all of them for their determination to fight in the face of danger, for their will to act despite it being to their detriment, and to fulfilling what it means to be a hero in our community on the Central Coast and in our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, once again this morning, thousands of Americans found themselves in airports staring at delayed and canceled flights. This comes barely 3 weeks after tens of thousands of Americans and many of my own constituents missed the holidays because of the catastrophe on the part of the airlines. The airlines that got billions of dollars in this chamber from the taxpayers, the American people, barely 2 years ago. This is how the airlines repay the support that this institution gave to them so that they could get through COVID. Now, the private markets will presumably address the failure of Southwest and other airlines. What happened this morning was a failure of government. The notice to air missions is a function of the FAA, and I'd like to point out that after last week when we heard constant cries for cuts to the budget, understand, my friends, cuts to the budget means that we underinvest in the infrastructure that my constituents were relying on this morning. As we think about the budget in the next 2 years, let's remember what happened this morning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Swikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I don't know if I can top Panetta's, my friend from California's great white shark attack, or talking about airline delays, but we're going to do something that's particularly amusing and fun. We're going to talk about why the fiscal house of the United States is collapsing. And for a number of folks who've watched my floor presentations, a lot of this is going to be familiar. This is a primer particularly for our new members. Right now we have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of new staff with the new members here in the House of Representatives, and hopefully on the 1,000-some televisions around the campus where you have C-SPAN on. Please, if you actually are interested, if you really want to understand how much trouble we're in, give me a few minutes of your time. Well, actually, give me almost an hour of your time. Let's sort of walk through the reality. I'm going to walk through some of the solutions that are absolutely wrong. And then we're going to talk a little bit about the reality of the math. And the punchline we're going to come back to multiple times is really simple. The primary driver of U.S. sovereign debt is our demographics. Those of us who are baby boomers, we got old. And the political class here, unless we're willing to tell the truth, there is no path to saving us from a failed bond auction, a failed debt crisis, a world where we all live dramatically poor. And it doesn't have to be that way. And look, I know I'm a broken record, but damn it, somehow we got to get this to start to sink in. So let's actually walk through some of the reality. I always start with this chart because it's just easy to get your head around. This is 2022. Now, the funny thing is, looks like 2023, the percentage that is mandatory, that means it's on autopilot. Your members here, people like me, we won't vote on it. This is Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, these things that are a formula. This percentage actually went down in it looks like it's going down in this budget year. It's not going down because we're spending less money. It's because we're spending so much more money on discretionary. It actually took several points more of the percentage of spending. Now, a lot of that was one-time spending, will fade back down. But you got to get your head around. The majority, the vast majority of U.S. spending is what we call mandatory. It's entitlements. It's you get because you work so many quarters. It's because you turned a certain age, because you're a certain tribal group, because you're a certain level of poverty. You get these benefits, and they're automatic. It's a formula. And then over here, you see this little green part? That's discretionary. That's what we call non-defense discretionary. This is what everyone thinks of as government. That's your foreign aid, that's your FBI, that's the IRS, that's all those things. And here, the blue, that's defense. And you're gonna see, I'm gonna show you in some charts later, you know, my brothers and sisters on the left will often throw out rhetoric of, cut it defense, get rid of it. Believe it or not, it's not even enough money to keep us in balance. You can get rid of every dime of defense. There needs to be an understanding of reality. Your government is an insurance company with an army. And I know that sounds trying to be somewhat humorous, but it happens to be the truth. Think of it that way. So what's the primary drive if I came to you right now and said, you're a new member of Congress. You've made a passionate pitch to your voters that you're going to take on the deficit. Okay, did you stand in front of your voters and tell them over the next 30 years, 100% of the deficit is Medicare and Social Security? The rest of the budget, according to the Congressional Budget Office, actually has a positive balance. Over the next 30 years, and this is based on the 22 numbers, with inflation, some of this is actually worse today. And we're not going to get the updated numbers till probably mid-February using the Congressional Budget Office. Functionally, Medicare, the shortfall in Medicare is about 75% of all of our borrowing. The shortfall in Social Security, and the reason you put that on there, understand, look at the Social Security actuary report. It's not Republican, it's not Democrat. These are people that actually own calculators. With the COLA that was just given, you lost almost a full year of life. So there's this trust fund. Yes, it's Social Security money that we've paid in over the years. It's then loaned to the Treasury. The Treasury gives special, think of this, special Social Security T-bills. And then when the Social Security needs money, they cash them in with Treasury. Fine. And then actually the Treasury goes out and borrows other money. That money runs out in about 10 years. 2 years ago, I believe, the Social Security actuary report said when the trust fund runs out, our brothers and sisters who are 65 and older, or who are actually 62 and older, or whoever are just taking a Social Security check, will get about a 27% cut. I think last year's actuary report said about a 25% cut. It's based on, here's our projection of the revenues, the FICA taxes we take in today, and then it goes out the door. There's some data out there that says 10 years from now, unless we fix Social Security, you're going to double poverty among seniors. What's the moral aspect there? How many of this body are ready to actually deal with the political nightmare cascade of the trolls who lie, the politicians, trying to tell the truth about a multi-trillion-dollar system that's out of money and what the negative shortfall. You do understand, I think the model said like in the next 60 years, 65 years, it's like $212 trillion short. And that's just the Social Security Trust Fund. And it is gone in about 10 years. It lost almost a full year of actuarial life with this year's COLA. These are the things that we're here to fix instead of the trite crap we come behind these microphones and talk about. These are the things that destroy a society because it breaks our promises. And how about, yes, don't laugh at me. My wife and I are both 60, and I have a 6-month-old. We adopted another child. When my 6-month-old is 25 years old, two things. We either blow up the debt and deficit, which we're probably going to do that too, or double the U.S. taxes. When he's 25 years old, we have to double corporate taxes, import fees, tariffs, everything else, every what we call receipt. We got to double. It means top marginal rates like 70-some%. That's just the federal. Do you understand what these numbers mean? This was based that we have $114 trillion of borrowing in today's dollars. And these calcs were done before this inflationary cycle. This is what takes down a republic. How serious is this body really about telling the truth about the math? So let's actually walk through the fragility. And once again, I'm doing this substantially for the new members and the new staff here to understand what reality is. All day long, you are going to get pitched with people with shiny objects, or I need you to regulate this so I don't get competition in my business in the home district. I want some free money. I want you to give me a grant. We get this inbound all day long. We get the crazy conspiracy theory that has nothing to do with reality, and that consumes our time instead of thinking about this math and coming up with actual solutions. And we've come to this floor over and over and over with solutions. Except it seems to terrify our brothers and sisters here because it means A, telling the truth about the math, and then it means we got to do things really differently. You got to legalize technology. You got to legalize the disruption because it's not about changing who pays. Before I do this, let's see if I can explain this. For my fans on the left who love Obamacare, the ACA, understand it's a financing bill. It just moves the money around. I get subsidized over here, but this group has to pay. The brilliant Republican alternative was a financing bill. Now, we actually did a more elegant job of spreading it along the curve, so you got some efficiencies, but it was still a financing bill. It's who had to pay and who got subsidized. Medicare for All is a financing bill. It strips and this pays. None of those ideas in regards to health care change what we pay. They just move around who pays. Until the conversation becomes about what we pay, you can't save us. Because the debt doesn't change. And on my very last board, I'm going to do something that's a little cranky and a little mean. I'm going to make fun of some of my own work. But I'm going to tell the truth that a lot of times when we talk 10 years to balance, you do realize one of the things we're doing is saying we're going to take this portion of the spending and we're just going to give it back to the state. We're going to take this portion of spending and make the users of Medicare or users of this group or this, that, we're going to make the individuals pay, but we're going to take it off the federal books, but we don't change the spending as you would do the calculation as a percentage of the gross national product, the GDP, or gross domestic product. And that's what's so important here. Unless we legalize the disruption and do this quickly. I had a meeting earlier in my office today with someone that's really smart, who's been here for a long time. He's a medical doctor. He's one of my favorite members. David, you got to go slower. People aren't going to embrace it. The bureaucracy is going to fight you. Do you know how many vested interests there are in the lobbyist class and down in K Street? Why, we're watching the numbers erode. I'm going to show you a slide here that structurally, 10 years from now, we may have a structural $2 trillion a year deficit. That's the structural deficit. And half that will be just interest. Is this body ready to tell the truth about the math? Because the math will always win. And one of the other things that terrifies me here is we're not telling the truth about the fragility of interest rates. Take a look, and I'm going to do 2 or 3 slides here, but you start to look what happens if interest rates are up. So rising interest rates could push up the national debt towards 300%. So get this. If the mean interest is 3 points over what CBO projected last year, which, believe it or not, is actually closer to the mean of interest we had paid over the last 30 years. So if we go back to what was normal for the last 30 years, you're at 345% of debt to GDP. It's all gone. If you care about the poor, there's no more money for them. You care about defense, there's no more money. We're basically, every dime is just covering interest. Government is gone. The fantasy that goes on around here of let's talk about shiny objects but avoid the real crisis ahead of us. And I'm going to show a bunch of slides that the Democrats' proposals of raising taxes doesn't work, and a bunch of the Republican ideas of let's get rid of waste and fraud, we'll get rid of foreign aid. Do you realize every dime of foreign aid covers about 12 days of borrowing? Last year we borrowed $43,600 a second. And how much of the conversation here is about my little Matthew, who's 6 months old? What's his future like? Does anyone here give a damn about your kids, your grandkids, your own retirement? This is everything. This will take us down. Will this body take it seriously? And you start to look at the charts. This is where we're at right now. Understand, the CBO model is now starting to look at that 10 years from now, 2032. That may seem like forever, but it's 10 years. What were you doing 10 years ago? Do you remember? Wasn't that long ago. We're heading towards a structural cost just of $1 trillion just on interest. Just the interest cost. Now add on another $1 trillion in spending. And remember, in that 10 years, just Medicare and its portion of Medicaid go up $1.1 trillion. The total budget 10 years from now goes up, I think, just a little less than the CBO model from a year ago was about $2 trillion. We're spending more. We take in about $500 billion more plus on due tax receipts. It basically means you're heading towards a structural deficit, close to $2 trillion a year. And that's the baseline. Now, how many of you ran for office here and said, I'm going to balance the budget? Okay. Your structural deficit 10 years from now is $2 trillion. What are you about to do? I'm just going to move it to the states and let them pay for it. I'm going to play a shell game. I'm going to tell my voters it's wasted. I'm going to tell my voters I need to tax businesses more. We got old. I'm sorry, but go back to that second slide. Every dime of the borrowing for the next 30 years is 3/4 Medicare, 1/4 Social Security. And and you look at the comments that will be on the video of this, and people say, oh, that's not true. Get rid of Ukraine. Fine. Strip it. But you just got rid of 12 days, 14 days of borrowing. There's this lack of ability to do math here. But I'm glad everyone gets their feelings satiated. And you got to understand, this is the baseline we're at right now. The baseline. 30 years from now, half of all tax receipts go just to interest. And in Ways and Means, we call it tax receipts, tax revenues, whatever you want to call it. Half of it. And there's a model out there that if we're 2 points higher than the CBO model, in 30 years, it actually comes in closer to 25 years, all receipts, if we kept the same tax code, so all the things expire, all the tax reforms, we go back to the bad old days, and we have 2-point higher interest rates. So that's still lower than the previous 30-year mean. 2 points. Every dime of tax receipts in about 25, 28 years, every dime goes just to cover interest. There's no more government. We're nothing more than a bond house paying out interest. Does anyone here understand this? Doesn't this make anyone nervous? Am I the only idiot getting up here and trying to point out, saying this is going to fall off the cliff? Does anyone else care? This is the stuff that's real. But we're going to have a great conversation of virtue signaling probably over the next couple weeks. And the math is out there for everyone. Anyone that's watching, just go to OMB, CBO. I mean, some of the other groups that give a darn about the debt. It's all over the charts. You can get emails every single day talking about what's happening in the differentials. And we all ignore it because it's really, really uncomfortable to go home and stand in front of an audience of your voters and tell them the truth, because we've lied to them for so long. And you start to look at federal government has a spending problem. Now, this may not look like a lot, but you start to look at average tax receipts. And I have 2 or 3 slides that if you ever want to argue this, and I've done this with leftist groups trying to show when we raise taxes, when we lower taxes, we always get within a certain band of about 18 to 20% of tax receipts in as part of the size of the economy. There's just this sort of like law of physics in taxes. You raise taxes really high, the economy and growth slows down, you get 18 to 20% of GDP in taxes. You lower taxes, economy grows, you get about 18 to 20% in taxes to GDP. It's just about 100 years worth of data. Okay? You know, I mean, it is what it is. But what's happening is our spending. Okay, you see this huge spike there. That's COVID. We went to crazy town. It became an excuse to fund every dream, every group that ever, you were trying to buy to vote for you, fine. But then you go back to our baseline, and that baseline grows and grows and grows. You gotta understand that spending here, in just about 10 years, the spending crosses about 25% of the entire economy. Yet our best model is we might be getting 18, 19% of the economy in taxes. That differential, year after year after year after year, buries us. And it's not falling revenues. Look at it. Our models actually, even in the long term, the best CBO data still has us hovering around 19% of the economy in tax receipts. And it's within the mean of functioning since the 1960s. So there were years here where we had very high marginal tax rates. Some years where we had very low marginal tax rates. And look at the band. But do you see, if I go way out, if I go out to 30 years, our spending hits 30% of the entire economy. 30% of the entire economy is spending. And every dime of this growth out here is demographics. It'll be the shortfall of Social Security and Medicare. Why is it so hard? That's not Republican or Democrat. We got gray. Look at my hair. And there are fixes. I've come here dozens of times. I've walked through innovative solutions that disrupt the price of healthcare, that disrupt the bureaucracy, that make us more efficient, that make us grow. And we ignore them because it turns out complex problems require complex solutions. And it's not one magic bullet. Oh, sorry, am I allowed to say bullet? But it's not one magic solution. It turns out you got to do a dozen things, and you got to do them all at once. And yes, you got to fix immigration. down to you got to legalize technology, to you got to change the way bureaucracies work. So bureaucracies start using these supercomputers to collect data instead of making you fill out paperwork. There are solutions out there. But damn it, this place needs to get rid of its 1990s solution and join this century. And I just bring this board just to knock down one of my leftist friends who always says, but you guys did tax reform and you cut receipts. We're taking in $1 trillion more a year today than we did the year after tax reform. It's spending $1 trillion more today. So that's like a 25% growth in receipts and revenues and tax receipts post-tax reform within functionally 4 years. Don't tell me it's the tax reform, because the tax reform grew the size of the economy. And do you remember what it did to the Social Security Trust Fund? It actually it saved us for a couple years because there were so many people working. And that growth, could you imagine if we hadn't had the tax reform when we hit the pandemic? Could you imagine if we hadn't had that healthy economy, what the numbers would have looked like? And I'm sorry, I know this is repetitive, but there's a reason saying it over and over and over, because I'm trying to break through to people who've never really thought about the truth of the math. Eliminating every dime of defense on the long term does nothing. Think about that. So here's defense. Defense is going to be sitting around 2.7% of GDP. And we're heading towards a time where just Social Security and the healthcare entitlements out here are over 15% of the size of the economy. So defense is under 3% of the size of the economy. Just Social Security and the healthcare entitlements are over 15. Does anyone see the issue? But yet, I will have my brothers and sisters on the left, it's defense, we need to cut it. Fine, it doesn't do anything. The scale of the dollars are so out of control, we gotta stop living in a fantasy world. I know it's good politics. I know it's good virtue signaling. You get your reporters and your constituents at home go, yay, that's true. None of them own a calculator. Or if they do, there's no batteries in it. And you got to understand, entitlement programs, and I don't like it when you call these entitlement programs. Call them anything you want. Call them mandatory spending, calling them earned benefits. They are earned benefits, and it's a societal promise. I don't give a damn what you call them. It's still about the spending. You need to take a look at what's driving. Over here is the growth over those years. Defense, just Social Security, other mandatory, Medicare, all these, the growth in these mandatories here. How many members here are bold enough to tell the truth? Because when you tell the truth on this stuff, you get attacked ads, you get groups that raise money, lie about it, beat the crap out of you if you're a member of Congress. I can't talk about that, David. In that case, you can't actually talk about the debt and deficits. And Medicare, much of my life I've done healthcare finance. As a child, I was in my state legislature for a couple terms, and I was working on our Medicaid system. And even then, you'd have the experts come sit you down and say, you do realize how much trouble we're in. Well, here we are 30-some years later. Look at the curve. The curve. And this isn't that long from now. We're looking at numbers that are only functionally a decade from now. This drives all policies. If you're a member who says, I care about the environment, where are you going to get the money? I care about defense, where are you going to get the money? Health care is consuming everything. And look, I believe CBO in a couple of weeks is going to update these numbers, and they're going to look much uglier. We have some back-of-the-napkin math we've done with the Joint Economic Committee, but I used the last year's CBO number for this chart. So here's my point once again. Over the next decade, there's functionally $1 trillion of additional spending on Medicare. If you add in Medicare, Medicaid, it's, one something. Take a look here. When you get out here, this is 1.1 trillion increase. That's 9 budget cycles from now. It's not 10 years, that's 9 budget cycles from now. So if I came to you, you saw the earlier chart, it said, okay, a decade from now, if the nominal interest rates stay where they're at, our interest cost is $1 trillion a year a decade from now. And now my additional spending on Medicare and Medicaid is an additional $1 trillion. Does anyone start to see where a structural deficit of $2 trillion a year is? Now, you promised your voters you're going to balance the budget. What you going to do? Just stop paying the interest on our debt? Okay. Stop paying Medicare? Stop paying Medicaid? Fine. How about Social Security? Because remember, 10 years from now, the trust fund's gone. Our brothers and sisters who are on Social Security that rely on it are going to take what? Around a 25% cut. We're going to let that happen? It's coming. The math is real. You can't pretend it away. And you start to look at some of the lunacy that we get from our friends on the left. Well, let's just tax more. Even 100% tax rate on small businesses and upper income families. You can't even come close. You can't. So take all their money and just assume that you live in some magic fantasy world where everyone keeps working. Where the small, just let's live in fantasy. This is what you get. My spending in 30 years my borrowing is about 12.4% of GDP. If I take every dime of someone who makes $500,000 or more, the next dollar, we just take it. You get about 5% of GDP. And that's pretending people would keep working. The math is the math, and we need to stop lying. And look, if you don't believe me, go look up CBO. Go to Brian Riddell, Manhattan Institute. He does a beautiful job of taking ONB data, CBO data, some of the others out there, and puts it on charts that it's absorbable. But he walks through all your solutions. What if we, repeal every, the tax cuts, and raise the taxes on low-income people? How about if you get rid of every tax idea that's out there? So all the Democrat solutions, you still fall incredibly short. I mean, get a fraction of what's required. And you go on some of the other solutions that have been offered. No easy pay-fors for Social Security, Medicare programs. Everything falls short. So I need more than 6% of GDP, and if I take almost every solution, I only pick up a fraction of that. The math is the math, and the math will win. And now here's the point where I'm going to make some of my own friends on my side a little cranky. I'm going to tell the truth. Many of the solutions we run around here and tout, we're going to balance in 7 years. We're going to balance in 10 years. Do you understand the fraud? We say, well, we're going to cut Medicare, okay? We're going to shift it to the individual. We're going to do this. We're going to take Medicaid, and we're just going to cut our spending because we handed it back to the states. They're shell gaming the math. They're not willing to actually tell the system, we're going to legalize technology. The thing you can blow, this exists today, the thing that looks like a large kazoo, you can blow into it. It tells you have a virus, bangs off your phone to know you're not allergic to a certain antiviral, and orders your antivirals. allowing that algorithm, that technology, to write a prescription. You can't do that. Why? You know anyone with a diabetic pump? All day long, that algorithm is prescribing to them. We gotta get this out, because if you can't have that type of technology disruption, my other is a much grander theory. 5% of our brothers and sisters who have multiple chronic conditions are over half of our healthcare spending. We are on the time of miracles where we're seeing cures. We, as a body, need to basically do an Operation Warp Speed as a way to save ourselves from our own crushing debt. Bring those cures. If it's true that a San Diego company, which has just gotten bought up, was working with CRISPR, has now cured about 6 people of type 1 diabetes. And we're trying to bring out one of their researchers to come talk to us in February. If it's true, if there's just the slightest opening of a door, that there's a path there. Now, I know that's type 1. I know type 2 is often, we have our health issues, what we do in our farm bill here, the fact that so much of our society has become almost self-destructive with obesity. And yes, I may have just hurt your feelings, but damn it, when government has to pay 70% of all healthcare costs, we actually as a society should care. When I represent the population with probably the second highest per capita diabetes in the world, one of my tribal communities in Arizona, when I meet people who are blind on that community, who have lost parts of their feet, is that compassion? So what would happen if we could marry up legalizing the technology that will make your life easier and more convenient and make you healthier? And yes, it does mean you don't walk into the urgent care center because you have a breath biopsy in your home medicine cabinet. Legalize the technology, and then we push as hard as we can that if we're in the age of miracles, cure, 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 because that's more moral and compassionate. And damn it, it has an amazing effect on U.S. debt. Remember how many times I showed you? 31% of all Medicare spending is related to diabetes. What would happen if you could cut half of that? And yes, it's lifestyle. Yes, it's what people eat. Yes, it's exercise. Yes, it's those things. But at some point also, what would happen if we can get people, give them back islet cells that produce insulin again? We found a way to cure hep C. Remember when we were getting this body, when I first got here, was getting ready to try to figure out to have hundreds of thousands of people get liver transplants. And it was going to bankrupt Medicaid systems all over the country. And then someone came up with a hep C cure. And it was really expensive. And we bitched about the cost of it, except for the fact it cured them. And like 7 months later, there was a second drug that crashed the price. Was that moral? Of course it was. Was it really good economics? Was it just compassion? Yes. I need this to become part of our lexicon, that the solution is disruption through technology, optionality, but it's also the morality of we need to push those cures out because it's really good economics. Instead of giving lists of things of, here's how we're going to cut the debt and deficit, we're just going to shift it to someone else to spend. Is this body, and particularly to the freshmen and the freshman staff that I've been trying to talk to with this speech, this will be the most important stuff you deal with in your time here. It's not the shiny object that may get you on Fox News tonight. It's not the shiny object that gets you applauded when you go into your town hall meeting. Oh, he did this. This stuff is hard. It's complicated. You are going to be lobbied like a war. They're going to spend money in your district beating the crap out of you because you're taking away their money. It also saves this country and gives my little Matthew, who's 6 months old, a future. And that's the morality. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023.
Actually, for what purposes, the gentleman from Arizona?
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns to meet tomorrow, 9 a.m.
Without objection, so ordered. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, for 30 minutes.
I appreciate, Speaker. Appreciate the comments from the gentleman from Arizona, as he so often does in outlining the extent to which we have significant fiscal challenges that can be met with the kinds of reforms that we don't often talk about. The need to reform healthcare policies, healthcare decisions, things that get well beyond the rhetoric of balancing budgets. And on that, he and I agree enormously. And I look forward to engaging with him on the floor of the House and in other places on that topic again. But I do want to say one thing that is true about what the gentleman from Arizona was talking about with respect to addressing mandatory spending, reforming so-called entitlements with respect to Social Security and Medicare, and otherwise reforming those complex areas of our government, that if you can't tackle discretionary spending, you're not going to tackle mandatory spending. And importantly, and this is the critical part, you got to have the political willpower to address these things. And that's actually why I came to the floor this evening. America was drawn in to an engaging debate among the members of Congress that represent them in the People's House last week. C-SPAN, not constricted by the rules of the House, was able to have cameras zeroing in on the members of this body as we were debating last week. And people were drawn into the conversations, the people on both sides of the aisle, and the drama of the debates, and how we would choose the Speaker of the House, and then whether we would pass the rules package. But here I am on January 11th, 2023, in the new Republican majority, and I am alone in the chamber again with the Speaker. That's a requirement, by the way. There has to be a Speaker and then a member on the floor. But I'm alone again. Now, we passed some bills today, but what are we going to do as a body to make good on the reforms we passed last week and actually extend on them and build on them? I would ask my colleagues why we don't have full debate right now on a number of the important issues of the day. Why we don't have full debate tomorrow, next week, the following week, on the crucial issues of our day. Today, I called a colleague on the other side of the aisle to inquire as to which members of the minority party would be willing to sit down with me and anybody else to figure out how to deal with the debt and the deficit spending that is plaguing our country. And my colleague on the other side of the aisle engaged in a conversation about what that would take. But the fact of the matter is, I don't know the answer. And what I would say to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle is, come on down. Where are you? Are you going to simply take pot shots at any effort by members of my side of the aisle, the majority now, who dare to raise questions about how we might tackle $32 trillion of debt, $1 trillion plus deficits every year, tackle the question of interest rates going up, causing our interest payments to go up every year? Every 50 basis points, every half of a percentage point that goes up, that's about $100 billion a year in additional interest expense. I think in the next year, interest is going to eclipse our national defense spending. Now, where are all my defense hawks? All my Republican colleagues who like to stand up and say, we got to fund our men and women in uniform. We got to buy more planes, more bombers. We got to have more guns. We got to make sure that we have the strongest defense in the world. Great. I agree. Peace through strength, sparingly used, non-woke, trained to kill people and blow things up. That's what I want our military to be and to do. And I want it to continue to be the best in the world. But we're not going to be able to do that if we're spending more on interest of the debt than we are on our own national defense. And as the gentleman from Arizona rightly is pointing out about the state of our, quote, mandatory spending and, quote, entitlements, we're not going to be able to maintain this country and have a strong national defense and ensure a peaceful world for our children and our grandchildren. Those are just the facts. We used to have a lot of political back and forth between Democrats and Republicans. We would accuse our colleagues on the other side of the aisle of being tax and spend Democrats. Well, they were tax and spend Democrats. But then something changed along the way, and we stopped debating tax policy for the most part. And now everybody in this chamber, for the most part, are spend and spend members of Congress. Spend and spend members of a uniparty. And look, I'm all on board with the enthusiasm and the unity and the energy coming out of last week that we're going to transform this institution. I believe it. I believe by offering amendments in the appropriations process on the floor of this body will be better. I believe that by having 72 hours to read bills and not waiving that rule, that we actually do it, that will be better. I believe that by having single subject bills, without them being multi-subject and complicated in thousands of pages, that will be better. I believe that by requiring amendments to be germane, that is actually related to the underlying purpose of the amendment of the underlying bill, that will be better. Those are all things that will make us better. But they will only make us better if we're all united in the purpose of what we're trying to do. I know I've got very strong disagreements with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. I have significant disagreements with a lot of my friends on my side of the aisle. But you'll never solve those disagreements if you never sit it down at the table and work. The only way to work is to put some sort of constraint on our spending. So with all due respect to my friend from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, with whom I agree about mandatory spending and about having to solve those problems in the long term, discretionary spending matters. Discretionary spending matters because it charts the priorities of a Congress that represents the American people. We have to make the tough choices on discretionary spending. And oh, by the way, that they are only 20 or 25% of the overall spending does not mean that they're not insignificant. If we do not balance our budget right now and chart a course to balance that budget over the next 10 years, we will spend an additional $10 trillion over the next 10 years that we don't have. But what will happen is, and here's what's going to happen. This is important for the American people to understand. We reached an agreement as a party last week to ensure that we return to 22 levels of spending. That is a top line level of $1.471 trillion. That we operate with that cap in spending. That says nothing about what the levels are for defense or non-defense discretionary, just that we would cap at 22 levels of spending. But here's what will happen. We'll have a debate about that. We'll pass some appropriations bills. If we do our job as Republicans, we'll pass good, solid bills for this year's spending that stick within those caps, that stay under the 22 levels of spending. We'll send them to the Senate. And Chuck Schumer will say, with all sorts of wailing and gnashing of teeth, that we are taking food out of the mouths of orphans and babies, and that we're undermining the ability of people to survive and live, and taking away their medicine, and we're killing people and doing all sorts of horrible things. And as a result, it'll be September, and we won't have an agreement, and then there'll be some brinkmanship and a bunch of politics and a bunch of messaging and speeches, and then there'll be a continuing resolution that fund government at the current levels that were passed in December under that $1.7 trillion omnibus spending bill that was passed on December 23rd using Christmas as a backstop. That's almost certainly what's going to happen if we don't stop it. There are two ways to stop it. Democrats and Republicans sit down and work honestly around a table to stop it, or brinkmanship, forcing the question by bringing it to the brink. Those are the two possible ways that you try to stop what I just described from occurring. This is the reality of what we've got to change in this body. What else is going to happen? Come summer, sometime undetermined, usually chosen by the executive branch as the maximum moment to be able to extract some sort of pain on the body, we will be told that the debt limit is going to be reached. That might be May or June or July or August. And then we'll be told you must raise the debt ceiling. And if any of us say, wait a minute, why are we going to raise the debt ceiling if we don't stop doing the things that's causing us to accumulate more debt? If any of us dare to say that, what will happen? Oh my, and it's already happening. Wall Street Journal and all of the bond traders and stock traders on Wall Street, all of the investment bankers, all of the brilliant economists, all of the opposing political party will all say, don't default on the debt. You can't default on the debt. So don't you dare demand that we actually change the things we are doing that are causing the debt, because we might default on the debt. So let's keep spending money we don't have, keep accumulating more debt, increasing our interest payments, making it more difficult to service that debt, while we undermine our own fiscal accountability, our own bond ratings in the future. But no, don't you dare, Congressman Roy, say that you might use the debt ceiling as leverage to extract fiscal reforms to stop the insanity. Well, let me just be clear. I think it is critical that we change the way we're doing business, and I intend to use the debt ceiling to ensure that we get fiscal and structural reforms. And I'm not going to bow down just because a few of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and a few pundits on TV write nasty editorials, and some of my donors, some of the people out there in the world and activists text you and go, oh my gosh, what are you doing? You're going to risk default on the debt. You know why I'm not going to do that? Because it's my job not to back down when people are afraid of what we're supposed to do here. What we're supposed to do is bring things to a decision in this body responsibly. All last week while we were debating the speaker, a whole bunch of my friends, supporters, financial supporters, were blowing up my phone with text messages. A whole lot of them were saying, attaboy, stand up, fight for the American people, change the institution. Let us actually try to make this place work rather than continuing down this road of destruction. But a whole bunch of them were also texting me saying, what are you doing? What are you doing? We're not going to have a Republican speaker. What are you doing? You're going to undermine us. We're going to get a Democrat speaker. You guys look like clowns. What are you doing? You look ridiculous. You're making the Republican Party look ridiculous, Chip. Stop doing it. Come Friday, after 15 votes, we come to a conclusion. Nobody died. Nothing went crazy. We got a Speaker of the House. We got some agreements among all of us about how the body should proceed, about ensuring we open it up, have transparency, offer more amendments, get greater ideological diversity among the committees. Let's have a real debate on these things. Get a really strong committee on the Judiciary Committee, a church-style committee to look at how government's acting. That's what we got by standing up and fighting and ignoring all of the hand-wringers who can't stand the heat. Or stated differently, all of the hand-wringers out there in the Chamber of Commerce crowd and the donor class who basically want us to do their bidding so they can get richer. That's the truth. Don't default on the debt. That might hurt my financial bottom line, Chip. Don't you dare rattle and have debates on the House floor that might rock the boat, because my boat's pretty good, Chip. I'm doing quite well. Well, there's a whole hell of a lot of people in this country who are not doing well. And I'm not here to represent the donor class. I'm not here to represent the talking heads. I'm here to represent every hardworking American across this country, and particularly in my district, who are sick of the direction of this country. So I am glad that we had the debate we had last week. I am glad that we captivated the American people's attention. I'm glad that C-SPAN was free to show the conversation in the debates. I'm glad that we did something we hadn't done in 100 years, because it's the two-party system entrenched that has broken down the ability of members of this body to actually be members. That's actually our job. Putting politics and partisan politics aside, it's our job as individual members of this body to come here and do our job. It's not our job, for example, to get on a committee and say and do whatever the chairman of the committee says, which, by the way, is one of the things that happens in this town. Our job is to get on the committee and work, debate, put good bills on the floor, amend those bills, debate those bills, pass some of those bills. It's also not a race to introduce bills. It's not a race to pass bills. What would be wrong if we only passed about 30 bills this whole Congress? Would that be a bad thing? What if we only passed the 12 appropriations bills, did our job, sent them to the Senate, passed a handful of bills that would actually make our country better, and then just sat back and worked a little bit and talked a little bit, rather than running down to the desk to file another bill, to introduce another statement, to do another press conference, to then run around and say, oh, we got to pass a messaging bill. Oh, this is such and such week. This is the week for police officers, or this is the week for breast cancer awareness, or this is the week for whatever somebody in the Hallmark industry decided the week is for. Oh, well, we got to pass a bill. Why? You think we lack laws? You think we lack regulations? You think we need to spend more money that we don't have? Why don't we just stop? Pause. My message to my Republican colleagues is the best thing we can do for our country is stop doing all the things that this body has been doing for as long as I can remember. So whatever this body has been doing, let's do the opposite. How about that? How about we actually have this chamber full like it was last week? Why don't we have hundreds of people on the floor and debate issues in front of each other? Why don't we pick a day like Tuesday and call that debate day? And we have 50 members from one side and 50 members from the other side. Let's debate Ukraine in full view of the American people. Maybe the next week we can debate spending restraint. How are we going to tackle spending? I'd like to listen to my colleagues tell me, how do you plan on tackling spending? Because right now, my basic understanding of how my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would tackle spending is tax people or keep spending money or both. My view on this side of the aisle is we don't want to tax people, but we want to keep spending money in the name of defense. Anybody want to come challenge me on that assertion? Happy to debate them. Either side of the aisle, come on down, let's debate it. I don't think anybody will take that debate on because they know I'm right. Why don't we change that? Where are my colleagues on the other side of the aisle when it comes to spending? I'd like to know. I think the American people deserve to know. Do you believe in modern monetary theory? Just keep spending money and it doesn't matter? I don't. I think that's foolish. I think it's reckless. I think it undermines our dollar. I think it undermines our financial stability. More importantly, I think it makes it impossible for us to make good decisions about how to make policy and execute policy. How can you make a tough decision about whether or not you need to buy a bomber, or whether or not you need to fund a particular grant program, or fund a particular entitlement that is way oversubscribed and out of money? How can you make a decision about that if the answer is just keep printing money? I mean, that's my question. And I just would suggest there's no more important question for us to answer. Because if we don't, then we're never going to come to agreement on the policies. Ever. If I go home and I talk to my wife and I say, look, we're going to cap our spending at our 2022 levels of spending, then we've got to make choices. We got to decide, well, are we going to just not make our mortgage payment? No, we got to do that. Are we going to not feed our kids? Well, no, we got to feed our kids. Are we going to have electricity and heat? Well, we'd like to have that. Then comes the discretionary questions. Do you take a vacation? Do you get a new car rather than patching together your 15-year-old car? Do you send your kids to a certain school? Do you save a certain amount of money for college? Maybe you forego college because you look at college and go, why am I going to spend $300,000 to send them to a college that are going to teach my kids that America's evil? I'll save that for another rant. But that's my point. We have to do that as families. But this body never does it. Ever. We pretend to do it. We pretend to do it. The point of the agreement reached last week was to open this body up, empower rank and file, but also importantly, establish some parameters for how we fund the federal government. And those parameters should be that we set limits. And if you set limits, now you have to sit down and figure it out. But here's the problem. I don't believe that Chuck Schumer and Senate Democrats want to sit down at the table and figure out how to limit spending. I don't believe that the President of the United States or his current Director of the Office of Management and Budget or any of his team wants to sit down at the table with us and figure out how to limit spending. But I've not even heard them come down and say, well, fine, you're right, Chip. We're spending more money than we have, and we're racking up more debt, so we believe we need to increase taxes. Okay, well, come make your offer. We'll raise taxes. Okay, show me how raising those taxes is going to eliminate the deficit. He whispers, it's not. Show me how raising those taxes is not going to undermine economic growth, make it more difficult for American people to get jobs, undermine the prosperity of the American people. Show me that, come demonstrate that. Whispers, that's not really that easy to do. But our job is to responsibly represent the American people. It's not to govern. We often use that word. That's crazy. We don't govern. We represent. And our job is to represent our constituents, and I don't know any constituents, frankly, even my most left-leaning constituents, to be honest, I don't know any constituents who are saying, oh yeah, please go up there and spend more money we don't have. I would just suggest that according to the CBO, we're going to see another $15.7 trillion in deficits over the next 10 years. That's the truth. The truth is that in fiscal year 2022, we collected a record $4.9 trillion in taxes, nearly $1 trillion more than the previous year. We don't have a revenue problem. We have a spending problem. We have an overpromise problem. Had a reporter come up to me in the hallway a minute ago and said, Mr. Roy, is there any circumstances in which you're going to support providing more aid to Ukraine? How on earth are we having that conversation on January 11th after on December 23rd we just added another $45 billion for Ukraine. And the reporter responded and said, well, but they say that it's really important to get more money to beat Russia. Oh, really? Well, what do our experts say? And what is our responsibility to pay for that? Or do we just write a check anytime a world leader comes and says, but it's really important for my people that you write me a check? I know. I want someone to write me a check. Minus all the ethics stuff, don't go write all that. Look, the truth is, my colleague from Arizona, my friend from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is 100% correct that mandatory spending, Social Security, Medicare, all of the related expenditures that go along with that are driving the vast majority of the debt that we're accumulating every year. That is correct. But if you're not willing to take on discretionary spending, how are you going to take on Social Security, Medicare, and reforming those to work when the first ad that's going to be run is going to be pushing Granny off the cliff, if you dare even have a conversation about the issue? Will any colleague, I will make an invitation to any colleague in the chamber, but particularly my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, come down here and talk about Social Security and Medicare and all of our mandatory spending. But I'll issue the same request that my colleagues on this side of the aisle acknowledge that you cannot hide behind Social Security, Medicare, and mandatory spending to say that we shouldn't limit discretionary spending, defense spending, because, oh, that's an insignificant part of the budget. It is significant. And it is significant not just because of the trillions of dollars of debt that those spending accounts for defense and education and Department of Justice and Commerce and every other agency and Homeland Security. It's not just because we're spending too much money there and it's adding up to deficits and debts. It's because we're funding the very agencies that are undermining us. We're funding the bureaucrats that are undermining the current individual in America that's out there as an entrepreneur trying to get a job started. It's undermining my friend Scott Smith in Loudoun County because we label him a domestic terrorist because the FBI was brought in along with the National School Board Association. They all coordinated and said, okay, let's label them a domestic terrorist. We're funding a Department of Homeland Security that wants to continue to create or execute policies that invite more people to come to our border, endangering them and us. The reason you care about discretionary spending is because it funds the policies of government, of the bureaucracy, of the administrative state that undermines our well-being, undermines our prosperity. We have the opportunity now, right now, as Republicans, to lead the House of Representatives forward to change. We should, in fact, change. Last week was a monumental step forward to changing this institution, to opening it up, to allowing rank and file members to have a say, to putting more diversity on our committees, to having more debate in committees, coming down to the floor and fighting for the people that we represent. But all of that will be for naught if we don't embrace wholeheartedly the mission, the hard mission of limiting the spending that is destroying our country and demanding that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle come sit down at the table so that we can actually do our jobs for the people we represent. And then finally, sending a message to the United States Senate, to the Democrat-led United States Senate, to the Democrat President of the United States at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue, that it is not enough to give speeches, it's not enough to oppose what we produce out of the people's house. The American people spoke in November. They want us to be responsible. They want us to limit spending. They want us to secure the United States. They want us to have a secure and sovereign border. They want us to get out of their business. They want us to stop being at each other's throats. And if you want to do that, then embrace fiscal responsibility and stop spending money you don't have to fund the bureaucrats that are undermining our liberties. Stand up in defense of liberties, civil liberties, and the freedoms of the American people by calling out the bureaucrats in our committees and exposing it through oversight. Stand up for a strong military that is non-woke, that is sparingly used but ready to go fight when needed. Secure the border of the United States with the policies that are necessary to do so, and embrace radical federalism where we return powers to the states so we can agree to disagree and stop being at each other's throats. If you want to do those things, then there's one key thing you got to do. You got to fight the swamp. You got to take on the bureaucracy. You got to take on the powers that be. That started last week. We've got some of the tools that we need, but that battle is just beginning. And we're going to take this town on for the American people. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is now on a motion to adjourn. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.